Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into something a bit more uncomfortable. Not itchy wool or lice-ridden tunics this time, but the world of medieval matchmaking. A place where love is optional, alliances are everything, and your life partner is usually chosen before you finish losing your baby teeth. Welcome to the medieval marriage market, where being a girl was basically a lifelong episode of Who Wants to Be a Political Pawn. Before we dive into arranged marriages and awkward dowry negotiations, take a second to like the video and subscribe. But only if you're into this kind of historical discomfort disguised as bedtime stories. Drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what ungodly hour it is. Always fun to see who's trying to fall asleep while learning why love was never really in the air back then. Dim the lights, get cozy under your very modern, very consensual blanket. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's quietly descend into a time where your wedding wasn't about romance, but about survival, status, and strategic womb placement. Welcome to the medieval marriage market. Congratulations, you've just been born. Except you don't get much say in the matter. Or anything else really. Welcome to medieval Europe, where your name may be Marjorie, or Agnes, or something with an uncomfortable number of silent consonants. But it hardly matters. You're a girl. And that means your life's purpose was assigned to you somewhere between your mother's first contraction and your father's first disappointed glance that you weren't a boy. The year is somewhere in the late 1200s. You arrive in a cottage that smells like boiled cabbage and wood smoke. The midwife wipes you down with a rag that's seen more births than baths, and the first sound you hear is your mother's exhausted breathing mixed with the priest's quiet prayers for your survival. You'll need them, because in these times, just making it past your 5th birthday is like clearing the final boss fight in a game that's rigged from the start. Your gender is your destiny. The second you arrived lacking a Y chromosome, you were automatically entered into one of the most brutal economic systems of the Middle Ages, the marriage market. You don't have a birth certificate, you don't need one. Your father, the village priest, your lord, everyone already knows what you are. A future wife, a potential breeder, a movable asset in the grand game of alliances, dowries, and property negotiations. Romance novels aren't being written about you. At best, you're a paragraph in someone's ledger. As you grow, assuming you survive the usual suspects like plague, diarrhea, or one bad winter, you learn early what's expected of you. While the boys get their tiny wooden swords and are taught how to swing a stick at imaginary invaders, you're handed a spindle, a broom, and a stern warning not to get too comfortable. You'll learn to churn butter before you can read. You'll master mending tunics before you ever hear the word consent. Education isn't really a priority for you. Unless your family is wealthy, noble, or desperate to offload you into a convent, you'll likely never see the inside of a classroom. Why bother? Letters don't sew hems or bake bread. Your value isn't measured in knowledge, or wit, or personal ambition. It's calculated in cows, parcels of land, and how many healthy sons your hips might eventually produce. Every little milestone, your first steps, your first words, your first period, isn't celebrated so much as it's noted quietly by the adults around you. Each moment brings you closer to the day your father will begin the negotiations. And there will be negotiations. From the very beginning, your father has kept a mental ledger, maybe even a physical one, if he's literate or employs someone who is. Your dowry starts small. A few chickens here, a bolt of wool there. But as you age, and as your family's fortunes rise or fall, so does the value of your matrimonial price tag. Your virginity isn't just a moral matter, it's a financial asset. Your behaviour, your reputation, your family standing in the village, everything feeds into the careful math of how valuable you'll be to some future husband who probably hasn't even hit puberty yet. You're not so much raised as you are cultivated, and every whispered conversation your parents have with other villagers, every nod over the church pews, every cautious smile at a market stall isn't idle chatter. It's groundwork. Suitors will not court you, they will bid for you. And you won't be part of the discussion. You'll be standing quietly in the corner while adults trade your future like livestock. If you're lucky, your family is prosperous enough to attract a decent match. A local farmer's son, a slightly older widower, maybe even a minor merchant with all of his teeth. But if your family is struggling, if the harvest failed last year, or if your father lost favour with the Lord, you might find yourself married off to some leathery old man 3 villages over who needs a new wife to replace the last one who died giving birth to her 12th child. Love? That's for songs and troubadours. Marriage isn't about love. It's about property consolidation, family alliances, debt repayment, and status climbing. You're not a daughter. You're a bargaining chip with pigtails. And yet, somehow, this isn't even the worst part. Because unlike your brothers, who get to inherit land, titles and livestock, you will always belong to someone else. First your father, then your husband. Your role is to be obedient, fertile, and silent. Your opinions are unwanted, your hopes irrelevant. And heaven forbid you get any ideas about choosing your own suitor. That kind of radical thinking gets girls labelled as troublesome, or worse, cursed. You'll spend your early years preparing for a wedding you had no part in planning. Your childhood isn't really childhood, it's an unpaid internship for domestic servitude. You will learn to knead dough, to scrub floors, to spin wool until your fingers bleed. Your mother will supervise every stitch of embroidery you make, not because she's nurturing, but because each crooked thread represents a future mother-in-law's criticism. You're not preparing for adulthood, you're auditioning for it. Your family's reputation becomes your currency. A single scandal, a rumour of impropriety, a suggestive glance, a whispered accusation can destroy your prospects. You'll be monitored at every feast, every festival, every walk to the market. You won't walk alone. You won't speak to boys. You won't be allowed to breathe in the general direction of a male suitor without a chaperone nearby to ensure nothing inappropriate or even slightly interesting occurs. Even your appearance isn't entirely your own. You'll be expected to look modest but healthy, attractive enough to suggest fertility, but never so alluring as to tempt scandal. Your body will be assessed like livestock at auction. Hips wide enough for childbirth? Good. Teeth intact? Excellent. Breasts developing on schedule? Wonderful. But don't you dare smile too brightly or laugh too freely. Virtue and restraint are part of the package. As you approach your early teens, the murmurs around the village grow louder. Suitors start circling. Well, their parents do anyway. If you're lucky, the man chosen for you might only be twice your age. If you're less fortunate, he could be a man who remembers your birth and sees your womb as his next business venture. Your wedding isn't something you dream about as a child. You don't stay up late imagining floral arrangements or scribbling your name next to his on parchment. Instead, You listen as adults whisper about dowries, debts, and bloodlines. You're aware, on some instinctive level, that one day your life will be lifted up and carried off like a crate of salted fish on market day. You'll go where you're told, smile when you're expected to, and hope that your new husband doesn't smell too strongly of onions or bear too many scars from old wars. The selection process itself is deeply unromantic. Your father doesn't sit down to discuss your feelings. He sits down to negotiate assets. He's not matchmaking. He's brokering a transaction. Two fathers meet in a corner of the churchyard, or the smoky back room of an inn, weighing your life like a balance sheet. How much land do you have? How many goats? What about siblings? Will your family be able to provide wool, grain, or labour? Is your lineage clean, or is there a cousin somewhere who got excommunicated for sleeping with the priest's daughter? All of these factors will be calculated like ingredients in a stew, and at the centre of it all is you, the unconsulted, unmoving centre of gravity in this negotiation. You're not present for these talks. Why would you be? You're property. Property doesn't negotiate its price. And this is where the dowry system sharpens its claws. Your dowry isn't just a pile of trinkets wrapped up in ribbons. It's the single most defining factor of your marital worth. The bigger your dowry, the better your options. A wealthy father might offer livestock, parcels of land, bolts of cloth, tools, even servants, all packaged neatly to sweeten the deal for whichever man agrees to take you off his hands. If your father is poor, your dowry shrinks accordingly. Maybe a few hens, some spinning equipment, and a half promise of seasonal labour. Suddenly your husband pool starts drying up. Wealthier men pass you over. You're left with widowers, distant cousins, or desperate men clinging to what little dignity they have left. You become not so much married as acquired. But if your family has ambition, and many do, there's always the temptation to stretch, to promise more than you own. Borrowed cattle, loaned fields. Future harvests pledged before seeds have even touched soil. Entire families collapse under the weight of dowries they cannot afford, gambling your future and theirs on the hope that a good marriage will elevate the entire household. And if the harvest fails or debts come due, it's you who'll bear the consequences. No one cares that you didn't ask for this. You're the collateral. In noble families, the stakes are even higher. Now it's not just land or cows, it's political power. Alliances, military pacts. Entire kingdoms can hinge on the marriage of a teenage girl whose opinion is entirely irrelevant to the process. Princesses are traded like chess pieces, each move orchestrated by kings and dukes more interested in borders than in their daughter's well-being. You may find yourself engaged to a foreign noble you've never met, whose language you don't speak, whose face you won't see until the wedding day, assuming he doesn't die in battle before then. And that's the luxury version. If you think your noble blood spares you from being treated like livestock, think again. It just means you're livestock with fancier saddles. Your husband may own castles instead of pigs, but your role remains the same. Breed heirs, preserve alliances, and do so without complaint. A barren noblewoman is a political crisis. A noblewoman who births only daughters may find herself quietly replaced or publicly humiliated. Your womb, noble or peasant, remains under constant scrutiny. Now let's rewind a little to those tender years, before the wedding arrangements are finalised. You are still a child, but your body has already begun betraying you with its rapid march toward womanhood. Your first menstruation isn't a private affair, Word travels, your mother notices, the midwife comments, the neighbours whisper. Suitors who once ignored you now eye your family with renewed interest. You are entering what can only be described as the most unsettling open market since someone decided to start selling ferrets on street corners. Men old enough to be your grandfather will begin circling. So will their fathers, brothers, uncles, anyone with land, debt, or ambition. They'll approach your father with offers, sometimes formal, sometimes casual. A friendly chat after Sunday Mass may, in fact, be the first step toward selling you into a life of backbreaking pregnancies and political servitude. You don't get a say. You never did. Some girls are betrothed by age 7 or 8. Literal children promised to other children, or worse, to adult men waiting for them to reach a vaguely defined state of ripeness. These early betrothals serve as contracts between families, legally binding and extremely difficult to break. Once betrothed, your path narrows to a single, claustrophobic hallway lined with expectations and obligations you neither requested nor understand. And then, of course, there are the Church's rules. Marriage is sacred. Marriage is permanent. Marriage is not to be entered lightly. The priest will remind your family of all these things, but rarely will he intervene on your behalf. The Church sanctioned marriages as young as 12 for girls, 14 for boys. Anything younger is frowned upon, but not illegal. As long as both families agree and the priest signs off, your future is sealed before you can fully spell your own name. You may hope, foolishly, that your mother might advocate for you. After all, she once stood where you now stand. She too was traded, exchanged, promised. But sympathy is rarely stronger than obligation. Your mother's role isn't to rescue you. It's to ensure the deal goes through without scandal. She'll adjust your hair, scold your posture, pinch your cheeks to make you look healthier. She will prepare you for your wedding night with hushed warnings that sound more like instructions for slaughtering a pig than for consummating a marriage. She'll tell you to endure, to submit, to bear pain quietly, because that's what women do. Meanwhile, your brothers may joke about your impending marriage as if it's a casual transaction. To them, you're being upgraded. A better home, better clothes, maybe even a servant or two. They see the surface luxuries, while you see the iron bars closing in around you. Your brothers will inherit, you'll obey, and if your father happens to be particularly unlucky or politically ambitious, he may seek out matches far from your village. Matches that require you to leave your home forever. Once married, you may never see your parents or siblings again. Letters are rare, visits rarer. The man you marry will become your entire world, whether you want him or not. Of course, some families are too poor to negotiate any match at all. These girls might remain unmarried for longer, but their lives aren't easier. Unmarried women face their own brand of medieval horror. They are suspicious by default. People whisper about spinsters and old maids. A woman without a husband must be defective, barren, cursed, promiscuous, or perhaps in league with darker forces. Eventually, many are shoved into convents, voluntary or not, where they will trade one form of servitude for another, living under the watchful eyes of strict abbesses and unpredictable bishops. And through it all, the looming threat of death shadows every decision. Childbirth will likely kill a quarter of your peers. Disease, famine, and violence will claim others. A match may elevate your status, but it will not protect you from mortality. A rich husband cannot cure the fever that sweeps through your village. An advantageous alliance cannot stop the plague when it knocks on your door. Even the act of marriage itself carries its dangers. The wedding night isn't a gentle introduction to intimacy. It's often a traumatic, brutal transaction that seals the contract in blood and pain. The loss of your virginity is less a personal milestone and more a business confirmation that the deal is complete. And once it is, you begin your next phase of life, breeding stock. The wedding feast has barely ended. The stale bread has been gnawed down to rock-hard remnants. The turnip stew is congealing in cold wooden bowls, and your new husband has already begun sizing you up like a farmer examining a fresh plough horse. This is your new home. This man, whether kind or cruel, gentle or grotesque, is now your master in the eyes of both the church and the law. Your identity, once tied to your father's house, has shifted like a transaction finalised on parchment. You are now the wife of. And in medieval Europe, that title carries the weight of silent, invisible shackles. Your name may remain technically unchanged, but everything else about you is absorbed into your husband's household. Your lands, if you brought any, become his. Your dowry now supplements his fortune. Your labour, your fertility, your body, all part of his holdings. Legally, you have little autonomy. Even among the nobility, women's legal rights are fragile at best and entirely dependent on the goodwill of the men around them. Should you dare to voice dissent or express unhappiness with your circumstances, there are limited places to turn. The church offers you sermons on patience and duty. The village priest may remind you that your suffering is a form of piety, that God rewards the meek. The law offers you nothing at all. And if your husband grows violent, as many do, whether from drink, frustration, or simple entitlement, his behaviour is seen less as abuse and more as discipline. He is entitled to correct you after all. The rod is said to drive out sin, and a disobedient wife is often considered sinful by default. But let's not pretend all husbands are monsters. Some may treat their wives with a kind of resigned civility. After all, you share his bed, raise his children, and tend his home. There are moments of quiet cooperation, fleeting glimpses of partnership amidst the drudgery. But even these small mercies do not change your fundamental status. You exist to serve. Pregnancy follows swiftly. It always does. From the moment you are physically capable, your primary function is to produce heirs. Sons, ideally. Daughters are useful for future alliances, but sons secure property lines and ensure your husband's name carries forward. The pressure to conceive is immediate and unrelenting. Each missed cycle brings hope or fear, depending on who you are and what your last childbirth cost you. There are no doctors, no prenatal care. The midwife is your guide, your confessor, your only line of defence against death. She arrives with her herbs, her whispered prayers, and her limited tools: cloth strips, sharp blades, hot water if you're lucky. She's seen many births. She's also seen many deaths. She knows the risks better than anyone, and so do you. The labour is long, excruciating. The air fills with the scent of sweat, blood, and panic. If you survive, you're congratulated. If you don't, your husband mourns briefly, if at all, and begins arranging his next marriage. The infant, swaddled in rough cloth, may thrive or may not. Childhood diseases are ravenous. A third of all children die before their 5th birthday. You are expected to conceive again as soon as your body allows it. There is no such thing as spacing your children or resting between pregnancies. Your body is a factory operating on the most brutal schedule imaginable. And yet some women survive miraculously. They live through a dozen pregnancies, raising broods of children who scatter like seeds, some to marriage, some to war, some to monasteries, some to early graves. You feed them, clothe them, teach them their prayers. You pass on the same lessons you were given. Obey, endure, serve. And the daughters you raise will walk the same path you now tread, and the cycle will continue, unbroken. Among the nobility, these patterns are even more rigid if cloaked in silk and ceremony. Political marriages require constant vigilance. Your fertility is tracked by midwives, gossiped about by courtiers, and discussed in hushed meetings between powerful men. Your worth rises and falls with each successful pregnancy, each miscarriage, each stillbirth. A barren noblewoman may find herself quietly cast aside, or worse, accused of bringing misfortune through imagined sins or supernatural curses. And let's not forget the ever-present danger of widowhood. Your husband may die in battle, in a hunting accident, or from disease. Should you outlive him, your fate becomes uncertain once again. If you're young enough, you may be remarried quickly. Your womb's still considered valuable. If you're older, your dowry may revert to your husband's family, leaving you financially vulnerable. Some widows retreat into convents. Others remain in their husband's household under the watchful eye of his relatives, stripped of authority but allowed to exist quietly on the margins. Even your widowhood, that brief window of possible autonomy, is precarious. A wealthy widow may control some property or even manage household affairs, but she must walk a careful line. Too much independence invites scandal. Too much assertiveness sparks accusations of witchcraft or seduction. A widow who enjoys her freedom too openly might find herself the subject of brutal gossip, or worse, legal action orchestrated by greedy relatives eager to seize her assets. But let's return to your youth, where the courtship rituals begin long before you even understand what's happening. You may find yourself displayed at feasts or religious festivals, standing beside your parents as suitors' families eye you with unsettling interest. The conversations are coded but unmistakable. "Such a healthy complexion," one matron murmurs. "Indeed, and she spins a fine thread," another agrees. Each comment is a transaction disguised as a compliment. No one asks if you enjoy spinning. No one wonders if you'd prefer reading or running, or simply existing outside the confines of this invisible marketplace. Your body, your skills, your silence, these are your currencies. Even your dowry may be haggled like a sack of barley at market. One side demands more land, the other offers an additional cow. An uncle steps in with a loan to sweeten the deal. A cousin's failed harvest sparks sudden hesitation. Weeks turn into months of negotiations, punctuated by tense dinners and whispered arguments behind closed doors. Meanwhile, you practice your embroidery, pretending not to listen, your stomach tightening with each passing day. Finally, the match is agreed upon. The priest is informed. The bans are announced, 3 consecutive Sundays, where your impending union is read aloud during Mass, allowing any objectors to speak. Of course, objections are rare and dangerous. Who would dare interfere in such delicate arrangements? The Church sanctions the union. God approves. The village nods its collective head. And just like that, your fate is sealed. The wedding itself is both elaborate and hollow. Feasting, dancing, drinking. These are for the guests. For you, it's a gauntlet of rituals you barely understand. You are dressed in your finest. perhaps a gown dyed with rare woad or madder, though likely borrowed or repurposed from older siblings. You may wear a simple wreath of herbs or wildflowers on your head, symbolising purity. The veil hides your anxiety from the crowd, but not from yourself. The ceremony binds you irrevocably. Vows are spoken, not yours, but the words given to you. Rings may be exchanged, if your family can afford such luxuries. Hands are clasped, prayers recited, contracts signed. The marriage is not fully recognised until consummation, a grim reality awaiting you behind closed doors, once the feast fades and the guests stagger home. On your wedding night, any remaining illusions of control disintegrate. The marital bed is not a place of affection or exploration. It is an obligation, legal, religious, biological. You endure what must be endured. Consent is a foreign concept. You are expected to accept your husband's rights over your body with the same silent resignation you've practiced your entire life. Afterwards, the women of your husband's household may examine the sheets for blood, crude evidence of your virginity, a grotesque ritual reinforcing your family's honour. If the proof is insufficient, whispers begin. Your family's reputation may crumble. The consequences fall squarely on you. Once the wedding night passes, and your virginity has been inspected like a farmer checking for worms in his apples, you officially vanish into your husband's household like steam from a boiling pot. From this point forward, your old family is background noise. Your mother may visit on rare feast days. Your sisters may send word through distant relatives. But you now belong entirely to another man's home, his bed, his name, his rules. Your daily life shifts into its next unrelenting rhythm. Sunrise brings work, not reflection. You rise before the light cracks through the wooden shutters, assuming you even have shutters and not simply thin cloth nailed over holes in the wall, and begin your duties before your husband's breath turns from snoring to grumbling. Your tasks are invisible but endless. Preparing meals, tending livestock, repairing clothing, carrying water, keeping fires lit. Your household labour is not just expected. It is mandatory, unpaid, and rarely praised. As a married woman, your identity is calcified into a collection of functions. You are wife, mother, worker, manager of your husband's mood, manager of your own silence, negotiator of unspoken tensions between his family and yours, keeper of household supplies, and sometimes, if your husband is absent or drunk, a manager of his debts. But never quite yourself. Your opinions are measured carefully. Speaking too much suggests impertinence. Speaking too little can be taken as sullenness. The correct tone lies somewhere between cheerful submission and quiet efficiency. A balance you must maintain for decades, without slipping, without showing cracks. Any display of frustration or exhaustion is quickly labelled as ingratitude or emotional weakness. After all, didn't your father negotiate a fine match for you? Aren't you lucky to be married at all? Women who remain unmarried, spinsters, are pitied, mocked, or feared. Women who complain are labelled cursed, or, worse, rebellious. If you fail to bear children, your entire marriage stands on unstable ground. Some husbands may tolerate barrenness for a time, while others will seek an annulment, a mistress, or a quiet replacement. The village will whisper about your empty womb as if it were a moral failing, not a biological one. Your mother-in-law will watch you like a hawk, offering unsolicited remedies and herbal concoctions with forced smiles that barely mask her impatience. The midwife may suggest rituals, prayers, or even subtle bribes to local saints. Meanwhile, your husband grows distant or resentful, and the unspoken threat of replacement looms larger with each passing season. But let's say you do conceive and survive childbirth. Congratulations. Now you enter the next unending cycle, motherhood under medieval conditions. Your infant is vulnerable to every passing illness, every harsh winter, every accident. You'll bury children. Most women do. The graveyard behind the church grows thick with tiny wooden markers, silent testimony to the reality that children are as temporary as the crops. Each successful child who lives past 5 feels less like a triumph and more like a borrowed miracle. Motherhood offers little reprieve from your other duties. The baby clings to your breast while you knead dough. Toddlers wail at your feet while you spin wool. As your sons grow, they receive education and attention, prepared for work, inheritance, or training. Your daughters begin to mirror you, learning to sew, cook, and prepare for their own future as commodities. You become both victim and enforcer of the very system that once swallowed you whole. You may notice how much of your existence revolves around other people's choices. Your father's bargain, your husband's control, the priest's authority, your children's needs, while your own preferences vanish like steam off hot pottage. If you harbour private thoughts, you keep them hidden. The walls have ears. Gossip is currency. A single careless comment might echo through the village for months, souring your standing, your husband's temper, or both. Even your friendships are fragile. Other married women may offer brief moments of shared commiseration while gathering herbs or fetching water, but alliances shift quickly in tight-knit communities where survival often trumps solidarity. The same woman who comforts you today may spread whispers tomorrow. The wrong friendship, the wrong accusation, the wrong rumour, and suddenly you're no longer a respected wife. You're a suspected adulteress, a troublemaker, or a potential witch. And witchcraft accusations, while rare, are not myths. A woman who knows too many herbs, who speaks too forcefully, who dares to challenge her husband's authority, can easily find herself whispered about in dark corners. One bad harvest, one stillborn child, one sudden illness in the village, and the community's fear turns quickly towards the most vulnerable target. If that target is you, there may be no defence. The church courts are not known for their mercy. But let's say you manage to avoid scandal, childbirth injury and witchcraft accusations. You grow older, your hair begins to grey, your hips ache from years of labour. The smooth lines of your youth fade into the weary creases of a woman who has served silently for decades. With age comes a strange, bittersweet shift in identity. You're no longer a commodity on the marriage market. You're no longer fertile, no longer the vessel for future heirs. You become something else. A household matron, a grandmother if luck holds, a semi-invisible figure haunting the edges of family gatherings. There is a brief window where older age can offer a peculiar kind of safety. No longer sexually valuable, no longer a bargaining chip, you may finally be allowed a few private opinions, a soft chair near the fire, the occasional consultation by younger women nervously navigating their own arranged matches. But this freedom is fragile. Should your husband die, you may find yourself dependent once again on sons or in-laws. Widowhood, while sometimes providing a sliver of autonomy, often leaves women vulnerable to financial exploitation or forced remarriage. Through all of this, religion remains both your comfort and your cage. The church reinforces your role at every turn, obedience, chastity, humility. Priests deliver sermons reminding women of their place beneath men, of Eve's original sin, of the virtue of suffering in silence. Confession offers you a brief, temporary release of guilt, but rarely absolves you from the burdens placed on your shoulders by others. And as you kneel at Mass, listening to Latin prayers you cannot understand, you may quietly wonder if anyone else sees what you see, that your entire life has been a performance choreographed by men who never once asked whether you wanted the role. The medieval marriage market never truly ends, even after the wedding. It simply shifts its form, from bargaining table to bedroom, to birthing bed, to graveyard. You were born into it, you were sold through it, and you will likely die beneath its weight. The most bitter truth of all, through every generation, through every war, famine and plague, this system continues without question, because it has always been this way. And those who dare imagine something different rarely live long enough to see it. Congratulations! You've been successfully sold, bartered, and absorbed into the life of your husband's household. But before you can fully settle on your new role as domestic asset and womb in residence, take a moment to observe your surroundings. After all, environment shapes existence. And in the medieval world, your environment isn't just a backdrop. It's an active participant in your daily suffering. Your new home is likely a wooden or wattle and daub structure, depending on your family's social rank. The walls breathe, literally. The gaps between the timber let in wind, rain, insects, and the occasional ambitious mouse. If you were hoping for a stone manor with tapestries and roaring fires, I regret to inform you that you're thinking of the 4 noble families who live 10 miles away. You, like most women, have entered a home designed for function, not comfort. It leaks when it rains. It bakes when it's hot. It freezes when winter howls. Inside, the smells are immediate and layered. Smoke from the hearth clings to every surface. The air carries hints of damp earth, sour milk, and human sweat that has seeped into the rough cloth and wooden beams for generations. There is no chimney, just a hole in the roof that allows most of the smoke and all of the heat to escape. Your eyes water almost constantly from the smoke's sting, but complaining is considered impolite, and besides, who would listen? The single-room home is arranged with ruthless efficiency. A raised wooden platform serves as a shared bed, piled with straw and old wool blankets. Your husband sleeps beside you. Children, relatives, or servants fill the remaining space. Privacy is a luxury reserved for royalty and dreams. If you require solitude, you'll have to negotiate with the livestock, who sometimes share your living quarters during colder months to conserve heat. Chickens nest in the corner. A goat may shuffle sleepily beside the hearth. Their breath fogs in the chill alongside your own. Your possessions are few, and none of them truly yours. A small chest holds your clothing. Simple wool or linen garments, already patched and stained, handed down through several relatives before reaching you. A rough comb carved from bone sits beside a threadbare kerchief. Perhaps you have a single brooch or ring gifted on your wedding day, not as a token of love, but as a symbol of the legal transfer of ownership. Food storage dominates one wall: sacks of grain, clay pots of salted meat, bundles of dried herbs tied with string. Each represents the precarious balance of your family's survival. A bad harvest, a spoiled barrel of ale, or a visit from hungry rodents could tip your family into starvation with alarming speed. Outside, the village is alive. though not particularly vibrant. Dirt paths snake between houses, turning into thick mud whenever the rain comes. Pigs root through the muck, geese honk without purpose, and children weave between adults performing chores too numerous to list. The market square hosts vendors hawking everything from turnips to poorly stitched shoes, their voices cutting through the constant background murmur of livestock and bargaining. And hovering above it all is the church. Its stone steeple looms over your village like a second sun, casting long shadows over every decision, every whispered rumour, every sin. The church bell rings out the hours, calling you to mass, confession, and penance. Even your daily labour is performed beneath the watchful eye of clergy, who remind you that suffering is not only inevitable, it is virtuous. Disease floats through the village like an invisible fog. You don't know what germs are, no one does, but you know that people fall ill suddenly and often. A cough turns into fever. A scratch turns into rot. Infants die without warning. Neighbours vanish into shallow graves after a few days of delirium. The Black Death is still decades away, or perhaps it's already come and gone, depending on where we've dropped you. But smaller plagues and famines visit regularly, gnawing at the edges of the population like hungry rats. And then there are the rats themselves. They scurry along the eaves, nest in grain sacks, and occasionally dart across your feet while you work. Fleas hitch rides on their backs, carrying death with them as easily as you carry a bundle of firewood. You don't think much of it. Fleas are simply part of life. So are lice. So are bedbugs. You itch constantly but discreetly. Scratching in public is impolite unless everyone else is scratching too, which, mercifully, they usually are. Your relationship with water is complicated. There is no indoor plumbing, of course. Water must be drawn from a well, carried in wooden buckets, and heated over a fire for washing or cooking. Bathing is rare, performed only for major religious holidays, or if your mother-in-law insists upon it before childbirth. Cleanliness is viewed with mild suspicion. After all, many believe bathing too often opens your pores to evil humours and diseases. Even your toilet, or more accurately, the absence of one, shapes your daily experience. The family chamber pot sits in the corner, emptied each morning into the village ditch or field. The air carries the constant sour scent of human waste, mingled with animal droppings and decaying vegetation. You've grown accustomed to it, the way one grows used to a splinter that's too deep to remove. Seasons dictate your life, with cruel precision. Winter freezes your breath as you labour to keep the fire burning through endless nights. Spring demands planting and endless weeding. Summer scorches your skin as you gather hay and tend livestock under a punishing sun. Autumn brings a desperate flurry of harvest, storing what little you can to survive another year. There is no vacation. There are no days off. Even feast days are filled with cooking, preparing, and the nervous energy of hosting relatives who may secretly judge your every effort. The landscape offers no refuge. Forests beyond the village boundaries hold not only timber but danger. Wolves, bandits, and the occasional outlaw lurking beyond the law's reach. The forest is both resource and threat, provider and predator. You venture there only when necessary, always in groups, always during daylight. Even your sky is not free. Lords claim hunting rights over the game animals that roam nearby. Trapping a rabbit or snaring a deer without permission can result in harsh punishment, ranging from heavy fines to physical mutilation. A single unauthorised hunt may cost you a hand or your husband's freedom. The land does not belong to you. You simply work it for someone else's benefit. Your village is small, but teeming with an intricate web of obligations. You owe tithes to the church, labour to your lord, respect to your elders, obedience to your husband, and silence to nearly everyone. Gossip serves as both entertainment and currency, capable of raising a family's standing or ruining reputations in a matter of whispered sentences. You learn early to listen more than you speak. Travel is rare and often dangerous. Most people live and die within a day's walk of their birthplace. Roads are little more than muddy ruts prone to flooding, and any journey risks exposure to highwaymen, sickness, or worse. The outside world exists more as rumour than reality, a distant place of knights, castles, and foreign wars, all of which have little bearing on your daily grind. When war does come close, it arrives like a bad storm. Mercenaries raid nearby villages. Taxes rise sharply to fund Lord's military campaigns. Conscription claims your sons, brothers, and husbands. You're left behind to manage farms and households, praying that no band of soldiers arrives demanding food, shelter, or worse. The economy offers few opportunities for escape. If you are lucky, your husband may engage in a trade, blacksmithing, tanning, weaving, but most likely you are tied to the land as peasants or serfs, paying rent to a lord who rarely bothers to vote his own estate. In exchange for permission to work the fields, your family surrenders much of its harvest, labour, and dignity. Money exists in theory, but rarely in your hands. Transactions are often handled through barter. Eggs for cloth, labour for grain, favours for wood. Actual coins are precious and rare, hoarded by lords and merchants who use them to flaunt their status. Time itself feels different here. The days blend together, each marked only by the ringing of church bells and the changing position of the sun. There is no clock to divide your labour into neat segments. There is only work, hunger, and the slow grinding passage of seasons. Years are measured not by birthdays or anniversaries, but by floods, droughts, births, and funerals. And hovering behind every detail of your environment is the unshakable presence of death. You carry mortality like a second skin. A simple wound may fester into a fatal infection. A fever may turn into a funeral within days. The line between life and death is thin, blurred, and constantly shifting beneath your feet. This is your environment. This is your existence. You don't live here. You survive here. As dawn breaks and you rise stiffly from the straw-stuffed mattress you share with everyone who fits, you step directly into the physical reality of your existence. The floor beneath your bare feet is cold and slightly damp, a mixture of last night's leaking rain, tracked-in mud, and the occasional unmentionable gift left by the livestock. The thatched roof above you groans under the weight of moisture, mice, and several years' worth of nesting insects. You are constantly negotiating space in this overcrowded, collapsing hut. Children cry, chickens cluck, the dog whines, and your husband snoring finally gives way to grumbling as the house slowly animates into its daily chaos. No one speaks of privacy because no one remembers what it feels like. You've long since learned to dress under a blanket, to relieve yourself with your back politely turned, to cry silently into your sleeve when exhaustion overtakes you. And when you step outside, because you must, the air greets you like an old enemy. If it's winter, the frost bites at your skin as you scrape frozen manure from walkways. If it's summer, The heat smothers you with a thick wave of humidity, sweat pouring before the work even begins. The air carries familiar, ever-present scents. Burning wood, spoiled cabbage, sweat, animal waste, mildew, and that pungent, sour-sweet smell of life packed too tightly into too small a space. You pass neighbours in equally grim condition, exchanging nods rather than words. Their faces are weathered, teeth missing, eyes sunken from years of labour and nutritional deficiencies. Smiling is rare, not because joy is absent, but because dental health has long since surrendered. The few remaining teeth are blackened stumps or jagged shards, grim monuments to a lifetime of gritty bread and neglect. Children scatter underfoot like small, dusty birds. They're half naked in the heat, bundled tight in winter, and somehow always sticky, regardless of the season. You watch your daughters practicing stitches, mimicking your hand movements. You watch your sons chase each other through the mud, knowing that within a decade they'll either be working the fields, conscripted for war, or dead from one of the dozen plagues that sweep through the village like seasonal gusts of wind. The village itself is deceptively simple. A scattering of huts, a single church, a communal oven, a few market stalls. Yet beneath its crude design lies a complex social web of gossip, obligation, and invisible rules. You know who's feuding with whom, who's failed to pay their tithes, whose daughter was seen speaking a little too closely to the blacksmith's apprentice. Reputation is currency here, fragile, valuable, and easily destroyed. You pass the communal well, where women gather early to draw water before the line grows long. The buckets are heavy, carved from rough wood, and your arms strain under their weight. The water inside isn't clean. It carries invisible threats, parasites, and filth that you simply accept as unavoidable. Sometimes a faint shimmer of oil slicks across its surface, or tiny bugs dart just beneath. You close your eyes, lift the bucket, and walk on. The fields loom at the edge of the village, a patchwork of thin soil barely coaxing life from the ground. Much of what you grow isn't for you. The Lord Steward comes to collect his share with mechanical precision, his horse's hooves churning the mud as he tallies your labour into neat columns that determine whether your family eats this winter or starves slowly by candlelight. And speaking of candles, those too are a luxury. Most of your light comes from the fire, and whatever crude oil lamps can be maintained. Darkness arrives early and settles in thick. The shadows inside your home are long and deep, broken only by the flickering glow of embers reflecting off the damp walls. Night is not a peaceful time here. It is a heavy, oppressive curtain under which fears multiply. You hear wolves howl in the distance. You hear coughing that refuses to stop. You hear quiet arguments between neighbours who once swore they'd never raise their voices again. You hear most of all your own breath as you lie awake, wondering how much longer you'll endure. The very air you breathe feels indifferent to your survival. The seasons change, but the labour remains a constant drumbeat beneath your existence. Spring demands planting, bending and breaking your back as you stab seeds into furrows made by crude wooden tools. Summer requires endless weeding, hauling and pest control performed by hand, as insects devour your efforts in full view. Autumn is frantic, desperate, a mad scramble to gather every edible scrap before the frost arrives. And winter? Winter is simply a waiting room for death. When the wind screams through the cracks in your walls, you pull your thin blanket tighter, and wonder if your children's lips look a bit too pale. You listen for wheezing. You check their fingers for frostbite. You boil thin gruel and pretend it's filling enough. You ration firewood with brutal discipline, knowing you can't afford to run out before spring. There is no central heating here. There is only your willpower against nature. The forest nearby taunts you with its bounty. Fallen branches for firewood, game to hunt, mushrooms and berries to gather. But these gifts come at a price. Poaching is illegal, and the Lord's men patrol with little mercy. To be caught snaring rabbits or gathering fallen timber without permission can result in public punishment, branding, or even mutilation. You calculate each risk before stepping beneath the trees. If you're fortunate, the Lord Steward may turn a blind eye for a modest bribe, perhaps a portion of your future yield, or a favour owed. If not, your husband may pay the price with his freedom or his fingers. Either way, you are reminded that the land you live on, farm on, and starve upon never really belongs to you. It belongs to someone else. Always someone else. The village market offers the only glimpse of external life most women ever see. Traders pass through with wares from distant towns. Coarse cloth, iron tools, dried fish, and rarely exotic spices you'll never afford. The market is noisy, chaotic, and alive with human desperation dressed as commerce. You barter for what you can't produce, trading eggs for salt, wool for vinegar, gossip for information. Nearby the church looms, both sanctuary and jailer. Its bells call you to mass, to confession, to penance. The priest watches from behind heavy robes, his sermons laced with reminders of your sinful nature, your duties as wife and mother, and the eternal reward that awaits you if you obey. Your failures are spiritual offences. Your suffering, he assures you, is a sacred offering. You nod, whisper your prayers, and leave the confessional with the same weight you carried in. The sacraments mark the rhythm of life. Baptism, marriage, childbirth, confession, last rites. The priest presides over each milestone with solemn authority. Your husband listens, you kneel. Your husband speaks, you whisper. Your husband sins, you pray for him. The church, like the Lord, owns a piece of your soul. And beneath all of this daily drudgery lies the unrelenting undercurrent of fear. Fear of war, fear of sickness, fear of scandal, fear of poverty. You hear rumours of raids from distant lands. You hear about conscription pulling boys from neighbouring villages. You hear of taxes rising to fund battles you'll never witness. The world beyond your village exists as stories, frightening, distant, and impossible to escape. Even the weather is an active antagonist. A late frost can destroy your crops overnight. A summer drought can bake the earth into useless clay. Heavy rains turn the roads to impassable swamps. Your family's entire year can hinge on a single storm arriving, or not arriving, at precisely the wrong time. You learn to read the clouds with superstition as much as experience. When illness strikes, there is no doctor to call. The midwife does what she can with poultices, leeches, and whispered prayers, but death remains greedy and indiscriminate. Coughs turn into lung rot. Fevers burn through children like wildfires through dry fields. Skin infections swell and burst in horrifying patterns. The priest delivers last rites often, his hands rough from overuse. At night, when your body aches from endless labour and your stomach growls with a hunger you've learned to quiet, you lie beneath a leaking roof, listening to the breathing of your husband, your children, your animals. You stare into the dark and remind yourself that this is life. Not because it's natural or just, but because it's always been this way. You don't imagine escape. You don't imagine revolution. You simply endure. Because enduring is the only freedom you're allowed. You wake up the next morning to a familiar set of sounds. The low groaning of roof beams as they expand with the first touch of daylight. The chickens announcing their hunger before you even have time to think. The soft whimper of a child who's cold and hungry, pulling at your sleeve as you sit up, your back already stiff before your feet even touch the dirt. The cycle never ends. There is no morning that feels different, no day that belongs to you. The sameness of it wraps around your life like thick wool, itchy and suffocating. And yet there is no room for reflection, not when work demands your every breath. The fire has nearly gone out overnight, which means you must revive it. You blow gently into the coals, praying the tiny orange embers haven't completely surrendered to the cold. Wood is precious. You cannot waste it. You learned long ago to ration it carefully, feeding only enough to keep the pot warm, but never enough to make the house truly comfortable. You scrape at the ash, coaxing the reluctant flame back to life. Breakfast, if you can call it that, is an uninspired routine. A thin gruel made from yesterday's scrapings. Maybe a few stale crumbs of coarse bread that require effort to chew. You pretend not to notice the faint grey-green spots of mould spreading like tiny colonies of decay. Waste not. Everything is rationed. Hunger teaches you to lower your standards quietly. As the family eats in silence, you mentally divide the labour for the day. Who will fetch water? Who will mend the clothes? Who will tend the goats? Who will walk into the woods for kindling while nervously glancing over their shoulders for the Lord's men patrolling like hounds looking for trespassers? The work outside waits like a living thing, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The fields demand attention every single day of the year. If not ploughing, then planting. If not planting, then weeding. If not weeding, then harvesting. If not harvesting, then hauling and storing. And beneath it all is the soil itself, thin and exhausted, begrudgingly yielding life with every season's passing. You watch as your husband and sons leave for the fields, shoulders already slumping under the weight of tools that are barely more advanced than sharpened sticks. Meanwhile, your own work inside remains relentless. Spinning, mending, baking, preserving. Every action is performed not out of hobby or creativity, but survival. You aren't making clothes. You're patching together the last remaining fabric scraps because your child can't attend church in rags. Or else you'll invite the silent judgment of every woman sitting behind you on the pew. The laundry alone could be considered a minor form of medieval torture. Buckets of water hauled from the well, heated over open flame, mixed with harsh soap made from animal fat and lye. Your hands crack and bleed from hours of scrubbing coarse wool and linen against rough boards, your knuckles rubbed raw under the constant demand for cleanliness that's never fully achievable. And yet, if your children appear too filthy in public, tongues wag, and questions are asked. The house itself deteriorates faster than you can maintain it. The roof sags under each rainstorm. The walls bulge as the wood warps and mould creeps in. Rats dig tunnels beneath the floors. You try to keep the mice from chewing through your grain stores, but their numbers seem to multiply faster than you can trap them. The cat earns its keep by catching as many as it can, but the rodents always seem one step ahead. Your world is constantly punctuated by pests, the gnawing of rats, the biting of fleas, the humming of flies hovering around dung piles and open wounds. The livestock contribute their share, bleating goats, grunting pigs, lowing cattle, each demanding food, care, and attention, even as they provide your only sources of milk, meat, and, eventually, tradable goods. Illness moves through your home like a phantom no one can see, but everyone can feel. One child starts coughing, then another. The fever burns hot, then breaks, or it doesn't. Sometimes you sit by their bedsides for nights on end, wiping sweat from flushed foreheads, whispering prayers, bargaining silently with a God who feels both near and impossibly distant. The midwife comes when needed, though her remedies are limited to poultices, herbs, and the occasional bleeding when a humour imbalance is suspected. You do not question her. She knows more than you. Or at least she knows something, and something is better than nothing. Your relationship with food remains equally unforgiving. Preservation is a constant battle. Salted meat spoils despite your best efforts. Grain turns sour. Dried beans become worm-riddled. Root vegetables rot in the cellar if dampness creeps in unnoticed. Every meal carries a risk. Is that piece of pork still good? Has the milk gone sour? Did the bread develop ergot? You consume each bite with a strange mixture of desperation and dread. Even your attempts at joy are laced with exhaustion. Feast days offer rare moments of community, but also more work. You prepare extra food. You clean more thoroughly. You iron out your children's tattered garments to give the appearance of presentability. The singing and laughter at village festivals briefly mask the ever-present struggle, but underneath the merriment remains the truth. Tomorrow the work returns, and above it all sits the manor house, perched on slightly higher ground like an ever-watching eye. You see the Lord Steward ride down occasionally, collecting rent, inspecting fields, delivering orders. The wealth gap feels like a canyon carved directly through your village. His family in silk-lined chambers with carved furniture. You on a stool by a fire that spits more smoke than heat. Every transaction between your family and the manor is a lopsided negotiation. When harvests are poor, the steward may offer leniency at a price. Perhaps your husband works an extra day on the Lord's fields. Perhaps one of your daughters is offered to serve as a chambermaid within the manor. Her wages reduced in exchange for her room and board. You nod politely during these arrangements, though your stomach knots in quiet fear. The manor house holds its own dangers. Wealthy families have their own hierarchy of cruelty, their own gossip, their own invisible rules that can turn against a servant girl in an instant. The rumours that drift back to the village carry warnings. A young maid dishonoured, a chambermaid dismissed for accusations whispered too loudly, a family forced to leave after a scandal involving a girl who returned home with secrets she couldn't speak aloud. Even the weather joins in this quiet torment, offering no consistency, no predictability. When the rains come too heavy, crops drown. When the sun stays too long, fields crack open like dry skin, the harvest shrivelling in the heat. You feel it in your bones before you see it in the fields. Your joints ache ahead of storms. Your husband watches the horizon every morning, squinting into the grey-blue sky, as though he can will rain or sunshine through sheer desperation. The animals sense it too. The cows grow restless before storms. The chickens stop laying. The goats pace nervously, bleating in the low, throaty tones you've come to recognise as warnings that nature is preparing to tighten its fist once more. The seasons blend. Spring's hope turns to summer's labour, which becomes autumn's panic, which dissolves into winter's long, suffocating night. And then it repeats. You lose track of years. You count time through births, deaths, and harvests. The year your second son died of fever. The year the cows starved. The year your neighbour's daughter was married off to a man twice her age. The year the steward raised rents again. The year your husband broke his leg, falling from the cart. The year you lost 2 infants within 6 months of each other. The years pile up like dry leaves, crumbling and blowing away before you can even mark them. And still you endure. Even in your dreams, if you allow yourself to have them, there's no real escape. The backdrop of your life has seeped into your bones so deeply that even your unconscious mind can't imagine anything different. You don't dream of far-off cities, or castles, or grand adventures. You dream of slightly larger harvests, of an extra pair of shoes that don't leak in winter, of enough wool to make a blanket that actually covers your children's feet. Your hopes are modest because hope itself has to be measured carefully. Too much of it, and it turns into dangerous dissatisfaction. Your village sits isolated, much like every other village scattered across the countryside. News arrives slowly, if at all. A traveller might bring stories of a distant king's marriage, or a noble's rebellion, or some war fought hundreds of miles away that may eventually pull your sons or husband into its orbit. But these are distant concerns. They feel as unreal as fairy tales, even as they sometimes sneak up and ruin everything. Because occasionally war does arrive, not as a grand battlefield with banners fluttering, but as a sudden swarm of armed men demanding food, shelter, and obedience. You hear rumours of soldiers burning fields, raiding villages nearby, stealing livestock, sometimes abducting daughters. And so you watch the road with dread, hoping each group of passing riders ignores your home, hoping your fields look too pitiful to bother with. Bandits are another kind of plague altogether. The forests, while technically belonging to the Lord, hide outlaws who have long since abandoned any pretense of legal life. They prey on travellers, steal from outlying farms, and sometimes slip into villages under the cover of night. A simple trip to the neighbouring market could easily turn into a terrifying confrontation if you run into the wrong group on the road. Even the manor's soldiers are not always a comfort. Their presence brings order, but their power is unchecked. A guard with too much mead and too little discipline can do terrible things without fear of real consequence. A girl caught alone may find herself cornered, her silence purchased with threats against her family. If she speaks, her word will carry little weight against the uniform of the Lord's men. And so, silence becomes another unspoken duty handed down from mother to daughter. Speak only when it's safe, which is almost never. You hear whispered stories, mostly from older women, of girls who didn't survive these encounters, who disappeared into the woods, or were found broken beside the well. The priest speaks of sin, the villagers whisper of bad luck. No one speaks of justice because justice, like comfort, is a foreign luxury. Plague remains the great equalizer, striking randomly and with terrifying speed. You remember the last time it swept through your village, how it began with a few fevers, then a child with blackened fingertips, then bodies carted away to shallow graves behind the church. The gravediggers could barely keep up. Whole households vanished in a matter of days. You watched as mothers clutched children who coughed blood into their laps, praying to saints who couldn't hear them over the wails of dying infants. And yet, in its own twisted way, the plague offered something no lord, No church, no husband could ever offer you equality. The rich, the poor, the noble, the peasant, all were dragged down into the same dirt. The rats and fleas didn't care about dowries or bloodlines. But even after the plague moves on, its shadow remains. The village never fully recovers. Fields go untended. Marriages are delayed or rushed, depending on who remains alive. Dowries are renegotiated as families scramble to secure any alliances they can before the next sickness arrives. Young girls are married off even earlier, their childhood shortened further by the urgency of survival. The passing seasons mark not renewal, but reminders of what has been lost. The spring after the plague feels too quiet. Fewer children's voices, fewer farmers in the fields. You walk past abandoned homes that were once filled with life, now claimed by weeds and silence. In the winter, the cold seems more personal, like a living thing testing your endurance. You sit by the dying fire, rubbing your hands raw as you try to keep your children warm with your own failing body heat. You pray for morning because the night feels too long, too quiet, too full of death waiting outside the door. There are small mercies too, brief moments of peace that you cling to like fragile threads. A child's laughter, the smell of fresh bread when you've managed to trade for decent flour, the rare beauty of a spring sunrise when the fields bloom despite everything. These moments don't redeem your world, but they give you enough to keep going. Your daughters grow quickly, as all children do when every year threatens to steal them. You watch as they take their first stumbling steps into the same existence you inherited. You teach them the same skills you were forced to master. How to knead dough with just enough pressure. How to mend clothes with invisible stitches. How to navigate the sharp edges of village gossip without drawing blood. You also teach them silence. You teach them to keep their heads bowed, to answer questions with what people want to hear, to avoid being seen as clever or curious, traits that often lead to ruin. You teach them to endure, not because you believe it's noble, but because endurance is the only survival strategy you have to offer. And when the time comes, you stand beside your husband as the negotiations for your daughter's marriage begin. Another round of quiet discussions behind closed doors. Another exchange of livestock, land, and whispered judgments about the girl's fertility and obedience. You see the look in your daughter's eyes, that quiet terror you once carried. You say nothing. You adjust her hair, you pull her shawl tighter, and you smile softly because you know words would only make it worse. In those moments, you feel the weight of generations pressing down on your shoulders, the unbroken chain of women whose lives were traded and negotiated like currency, whose voices were never allowed to rise above the hum of daily labour. You're both victim and participant, trapped inside a system so old it feels like part of the natural world, like the seasons, or the rain, or death itself. And so life continues. The bell from the church tower tolls again, as it always does. Another day begins, another year fades, another child is born, another daughter is promised, another wife is made. The world turns. If you thought marriage was the finish line, you were deeply mistaken. It's only the entry fee. The real race begins the moment you're handed over to your husband's household. This is where the medieval version of labour starts, and you will never, not for a single breath, stop running. Your life is labour. All of it. Every day, every hour, every season. You're not simply a wife. You're a worker, a servant, a nurse, a seamstress, a cook, a midwife, a cleaner, a livestock manager, a child raiser, a forager, a food preserver, and an unpaid therapist to your increasingly overworked husband. And if that sounds exhausting, congratulations. You've correctly guessed the basic job description. There's no schedule. No 8-hour workday. No weekends. No clocking out. Your day begins before dawn and ends when the last child has stopped crying and the fire is low enough that you're willing to risk sleep without burning the house down. In between, every breath is spent completing some task, preparing for the next one, or fixing the disaster that unfolded while you were busy doing the first. The chores are endless, and unlike your husband's work in the fields, yours never change with the seasons. You don't get planting season or harvesting season. You get everything all the time. First comes food. Every meal is a test of endurance. You wake early to bake bread, not the soft, fluffy kind that fills modern bakeries, but coarse, dense loaves made of barley, rye, or oats, mixed with whatever filler you can get your hands on. Acorns, sawdust, sometimes even ground up beans or peas. Wheat bread is for nobles. You're lucky if you've ever tasted it. Your bread is heavy enough to double as a weapon. Cutting it requires more force than finesse. Eating it requires strong teeth you probably don't have. The stew, pottage, always pottage, simmers endlessly over the fire. A perpetual soup where new scraps are added daily to whatever's already floating inside. Root vegetables, wilted greens, maybe a few beans or lentils if the last trade went well. Meat, rare. A scrap of bacon might find its way in for flavour, but whole chunks of meat are reserved for feast days or divine intervention. Most of your calories come from bread, pottage, and thin ale, the medieval equivalent of eating sadness with a spoon. Water is dangerous, so you drink beer. Not because you want to, but because boiling the water to brew it makes it slightly less likely to kill you. Even your children drink this weak beer, their tiny mugs filled with fermented liquid before they can even speak properly. It's not indulgence, it's survival. Once the food is prepared, which takes hours, it's time for the laundry. Medieval laundry isn't quaint. It's physical punishment. Buckets of water must be hauled from the well, each one heavy enough to twist your spine into permanent discomfort. The water is boiled over an open fire you've carefully nursed all morning. The soap is lye-based, caustic and brutal on your already cracked hands. You scrub each garment on rough boards, rubbing out stains with nothing but muscle and desperation, knowing full well that in another week you'll be doing it all over again. You hang the garments on coarse lines or spread them on bushes to dry, hoping the wind cooperates. Rain ruins everything. Birds occasionally leave gifts. The goats like to chew anything within reach. Every clean garment is a temporary victory over an endless battle with filth. After laundry comes sewing. Your family owns few clothes, and what you have is precious. Every rip must be patched. Every hem must be reinforced. Every child outgrows their tunic faster than you can make new ones. So garments are endlessly resized, repaired, and passed down until they're barely more than stitched together memories of fabric that once resembled clothing. You spin thread from wool or flax, your fingers working raw fibres into coarse yarn. The spinning wheel is a luxury if your family has one. Otherwise, you twist the fibres by hand or with a drop spindle, your fingers numb in winter, slick with sweat in summer. The threads are uneven, lumpy, but they hold together, and that's all that matters. Perfection isn't required, survival is. And then there's the cleaning, the sweeping, the scrubbing of floors that aren't truly floors, just packed dirt covered with straw. the constant battle against dust, ash, and the inevitable waste left behind by children, animals, and whatever blew in through the cracks in your walls last night. You know better than to expect true cleanliness. You aim for less filthy. You're also the village's primary defence against hunger's cruelty. Preserving food is its own full-time job. You salt what little meat you have. You dry herbs on strings hung near the fire. You carefully store grains in sealed barrels, knowing full well that rats will still find their way in. You scrape mould off cheeses and trim away the spoiled bits of stored vegetables, hoping what remains is safe enough to eat. The animals demand attention too. Chickens need feeding and collecting. Goats need milking twice daily. Pigs root noisily, waiting for scraps. Cows must be led to grazing fields and kept healthy. And every one of them produces waste that you haul, shovel and spread into the fields as fertilizer, because everything must serve a purpose, even excrement. Your children require just as much labour. They are both your joy and your heaviest burden. Infants must be nursed constantly. Toddlers must be watched lest they tumble into fires, wells or animal pens. Older children are drafted early into labour, taught to rake fields, gather kindling, spin wool and haul water. Childhood, as you understand it, is short and brutally practical. Play exists in brief, stolen moments between chores. Your children are not raised to dream. They are raised to help you survive. And let's not forget your role as the community's unofficial healer. You know, every herb, every salve, every half-whispered remedy passed down through generations of women who didn't have doctors to call. You mix poultices for fevers, teas for coughs, compresses for swelling. You bind wounds, set minor breaks, and assist the midwife when births go badly, which they often do. When sickness strikes your own family, and it always does, you move through your remedies with grim expertise, knowing full well that most of them are little more than desperate guesses. You rub ointments into burning skin. You whisper prayers to saints whose statues sit in the church, and you wait to see whether your efforts will be rewarded with survival or loss. Midwifery is one of your most terrifying duties. When another woman goes into labour, you are summoned alongside the midwife. You boil water, fetch clean cloths, and hold her hand as her screams fill the small hut. You've seen births go well. You've seen them go horribly wrong. You've helped deliver babies who never drew breath. You've wrapped the bodies of women who bled out before sunrise. Each birth is a roll of the dice, weighted heavily against life. And then there's your husband. His needs are never far from your mind. You manage his meals, his moods, his household and his reputation. If he's in good spirits, your burdens may briefly lighten. If he's in foul humour, whether from drink, disappointment or failure, you learn to tiptoe, to soothe, to absorb his anger with silence and lowered eyes. A wife who speaks too much risks becoming a target. A wife who speaks too little risks being labelled cold or disobedient. You walk a narrow, ever-shifting line. You serve not just him, but his entire extended family. His mother visits often, inspecting your work, offering critiques wrapped in saccharine smiles. His brothers feel entitled to your hospitality whenever they drop by unannounced. You feed them, clean after them, and listen politely as they debate matters of land and livestock that impact your life, but never seek your opinion. Religion, too, consumes its share of your labour. The church demands tithes from the little you have, not only in goods but in time. You attend Mass regularly. You observe feast days and fasting periods, adjusting your meagre diet accordingly. You confess your sins, many of which involve failing to meet impossible standards of patience, humility, and obedience to a priest who listens with distant indifference before assigning penance you must somehow fit into your endless to-do list. Even sleep refuses to offer you real rest. You fall into bed exhausted, your bones aching, your hands raw, but your mind remains alert, listening for coughing children, hungry livestock, or the subtle creaks that might signal a roof about to give way under too much rain. You wake often. You rise early, and the cycle begins again. This is your labour, and every minute of every day stitched together into a seamless, unending tapestry of work designed not for comfort, but for survival. And you endure it, not because you're strong, or noble, or blessed, but because you have no other choice. There is no word for rest in your world that carries the same weight as it does centuries from now. Rest, for you, is the small moment you sit to mend a tunic. It's the brief pause between turning a wheel of cheese and scolding a child for playing too close to the fire. It's the fragile hour after the children are finally asleep, when you stare into the low glow of embers and listen to your own heartbeat pounding like distant drums. True rest, the kind where you exhale and feel safe, simply does not exist. Your life runs on a cruel kind of maintenance schedule. Not working simply means falling behind. If you do not bake, no one eats. If you do not spin, no one has clothes. If you do not scrub, no one has a home fit to survive the scrutiny of your in-laws, your neighbours, or your priest. If you falter, even for a day, the cracks spread like rot in a damp floorboard. The animals never allow you to forget your role. The morning begins with the shrill demands of hungry livestock. You pour slop for pigs, milk the goats, and chase stubborn chickens back into their pens. You know each animal personally, not out of affection, but necessity. The piglet that refuses to eat may die and cost you vital winter meat. The cow that limps may fail to give enough milk to trade. Every hoof, every udder, every feather carries consequences that ripple out through your entire household. And when an animal sickens, the pressure intensifies. You rub herbs into open wounds. You whisper desperate prayers. You bargain with saints whose names you barely pronounce, promising offerings you cannot afford if only the goat will survive another season. Because if the animal dies, you don't just lose milk or meat. You lose a fragile thread holding your family above starvation. Food preparation alone could fill a lifetime. The modern world may see cooking as art. Here, it's a full-time battle against scarcity and spoilage. You grind grain by hand with a heavy quernstone, sweating as you rotate the rough stone wheel hour after hour to produce flour that remains coarse and gritty no matter how hard you work. The flour is sifted through rough cloth to catch the worst of the pebbles and husk fragments, though you know you'll still be biting grit with every meal. When you knead the dough, your hands ache from the repetition. Your fingers raw from friction. You bake the dense loaves in communal ovens, if the Lord allows access. Otherwise, you use crude clay ovens at home, feeding them with expensive wood that could have warmed your children instead. The smell of baking bread provides a fleeting illusion of comfort, one of the few moments that smells briefly like life rather than struggle. Every vegetable you grow is a small gamble with nature. Root vegetables fill your diet: turnips, onions, leeks, cabbages. Foods that store well but taste like punishment after months of repetition. You pickle what you can, salt what you must, and accept that some will rot before winter ends. You learn to spot the early signs of spoilage, the subtle softness in the turnip's flesh, the darkening of onion skins, the sharp, sour tang of cabbage that's turned bad. Nothing can be wasted. Even spoiled food sometimes finds its way into the pottage, masked beneath stronger flavours of leeks and garlic. It's a delicate balance between sustenance and poison, one you negotiate daily with the caution of someone walking blindfolded across a rickety bridge. And let's not forget your unofficial role as the village's supply chain. You gather herbs for medicine, yarrow for wounds, elderflower for fevers, nettle for strength. You walk miles to collect them, basket in hand, mindful of the forest's unspoken threats. A misstep could bring you face to face with a wolf, a lurking outlaw, or one of the Lord's patrols who care little for women found alone in the woods. You walk anyway, because if you don't gather, there's no remedy when the coughs return or when the infants burn with fever. In winter, you stitch endlessly by poor light, patching, repairing, creating crude shoes out of stiff leather scraps, cutting new linings for wool cloaks that have grown threadbare. Your children's feet must be covered. Frostbite comes fast, and toes are lost quicker than reputations. The fire flickers, your breath turns to mist, and your fingers bleed quietly into the cloth as you work late into the night, long after everyone else has fallen asleep. And then there's childbirth, labour's cruelest labour. You don't give birth, you survive it. Maybe, when your time comes, the midwife arrives with her whispered prayers and tools stained from previous deliveries. Boiled water sloshes in wooden buckets beside rough cloths piled on a crude bench. You scream into the straw mattress while your husband paces uselessly outside, waiting to hear whether his heir has arrived or whether his next wife needs to be arranged. There's no anaesthesia, no doctor, no intervention when something goes wrong. You pray you don't feel the telltale tearing, that your womb does not turn inside out, that your child isn't lodged in a way that requires dangerous manipulation. You pray because that's all you have. If you live, and many don't, you're handed the screaming child before your blood has even been wiped away, expected to nurse and calm them while the midwife quietly repairs what she can with shaking, exhausted hands. Your healing is expected to happen alongside your return to labour, because there is no recovery. You'll be back hauling water, sewing, cooking, and grinding grain within days. And of course, you must get pregnant again as soon as your husband desires it. The cycle repeats endlessly. Each pregnancy weakens you further. Each birth tests your body's limits. Eventually, even your best endurance fails, and your body crumbles beneath the weight of too many deliveries, too many sleepless nights, too many infections that had no name or cure. When it's not your own children you're birthing, it's the other women in your village. You attend their labours too, witnessing suffering that mirrors your own. You hold their hands as they scream. You cradle the babies that sometimes emerge lifeless. You bury those babies when they do not survive. You mourn mothers who hemorrhage into the straw and never open their eyes again. You learn to recognise death's footsteps before it enters the room. Through all of this, the expectations never waver. You are expected to be strong but gentle, obedient but resourceful, invisible yet indispensable. You endure humiliation when your husband scolds you in public, when the steward questions your household output, when your mother-in-law clicks her tongue at your bread crust being slightly too dry, and you smile because the alternative is far worse. Failure is never private. If your home appears dishevelled, the entire village whispers about your laziness. If your children wear rags, they mutter about your poor management. If your husband grows irritable, neighbours suggest you aren't keeping him satisfied. Every weakness becomes a public spectacle. Your name floated through conversations like spoiled milk no one wants, but everyone discusses. You carry this shame quietly, because speaking against it only invites more scrutiny. You've seen what happens to women who argue, who challenge, who raise their voices. You've heard the rumours of witchcraft accusations, of women disappearing after accusations of being unnatural. You know that even being too clever, too educated, too outspoken can mark you for ruin. So you continue. Quiet, relentless, efficient. You do the work. You bear the burdens. You carry the scars inside your body where no one sees them. Because labour in your world is not simply what you do, it is what you are. And there is no finish line. You rise before the sun, always. The rooster is not your alarm, your anxiety is. The faintest hint of pale light leaking through the cracks of your thatched roof is enough to signal the beginning of another round. The fire must be rekindled before your husband wakes, before the children stir, before the house, which always feels slightly on the verge of collapse, starts breathing again. Every part of your labour happens under the heavy supervision of invisible judges. The village watches you constantly. The priest's wife, the steward's daughter, the old women who sit by the well and gather gossip like they gather herbs, all of them watching. They comment softly when your child's face looks too pale. They raise eyebrows if your husband is seen drinking alone at the tavern too often. They exchange glances when your belly swells suspiciously soon after your last miscarriage. Because even your suffering is judged, and while they watch you, you watch them too. You've learned over the years to read a neighbour's face like a poorly written sermon. You know who hides hunger behind forced smiles. You know whose daughter was married off to cover a gambling debt. You know which wives secretly trade scraps of salted meat for favours or whispered protection from the steward. The entire village is one slow-turning wheel of desperate transactions, unspoken debts, and barely concealed grievances. Every step you take is a negotiation. Every word you speak is calculated. You share news, but not too much. You show kindness, but not too freely. You answer questions, but rarely offer information. Too much friendliness invites gossip. Too little invites suspicion. You're always navigating, always balancing, always quietly calculating how much of yourself to reveal in every interaction. Beyond the walls of your own household, the Lord's manor casts its long shadow. His tax collector arrives like clockwork, twice a year, demanding grain, eggs, wool, chickens, whatever your family owes. The payment isn't negotiable, even when the harvest fails, even when your husband limps through the fields on a leg that never healed correctly. The steward arrives mounted on a horse you helped feed with your own grain, accompanied by armed men who don't bother hiding their boredom or their cruelty. The tax is taken before your family has eaten its fill. You watch your husband's face tighten as the steward counts the sacks of grain with slow, deliberate pauses. The children stay quiet during these visits. You've trained them to. Any complaint, any poorly timed cough, And the steward may demand more. Because he can. Because the law allows it. Because your husband is too frightened to argue, and you are forbidden to even speak during these transactions. Once the steward leaves, your family performs the familiar ritual of adjusting the meal portions downward. Bread will be thinner. Pottage will contain more turnip skins. The children will be allowed smaller servings. You'll take even less. Mothers always take less. You must stay strong, but you cannot afford to consume more than your share. The church demands its share as well. The tithe is mandatory. 1/10 of everything you produce belongs to God, though in practice it mostly supports the priest's table and the bishop's treasury. You donate grain, eggs, even the occasional chicken, knowing full well that your sacrifices will not protect you from famine, plague, or childbirth's unrelenting dangers. The priest preaches charity and mercy while his pantry stays full through your family's quiet suffering. Your labour includes more than the physical. It includes the careful tending of your husband's dignity. When the harvest fails, when the debts pile up, when his hands tremble from exhaustion and hopelessness, it falls on you to pretend that everything is manageable. You listen to his curses. You soothe his frustrations. You offer empty reassurances that feel more like prayers than comfort. You tell him that next year will be better, though you both know it may not. When tempers flare, as they often do, you master the art of avoidance. You quiet the children. You lower your voice. You steady your hands, while your husband fumes about the steward's demands, or the neighbour's better harvest, or the priest's latest sermon about sin. You absorb the sharpness of his words because pushing back can invite something far worse than shouting. A man's hand, raised in anger, is not considered abuse here. It's called discipline. The priest would remind you that a husband corrects his wife out of love, as one tends a disobedient flock. And when it happens, when the blow comes, you hide the bruises beneath your shawl. You continue your work as if nothing happened, because everyone expects you to, because other women have done the same, because this is simply part of marriage. You manage your husband's moods like you managed a fire, feeding it just enough to prevent it from going out, never too much to let it grow wild. Your labour is not limited to your own family. Weddings, funerals, and feast days require the participation of every woman in the village. When a neighbour's daughter is married off, you help sew her gown, prepare food for the celebration, and offer quiet advice about what to expect on her wedding night. Words you deliver with forced calm, masking the pit that forms in your stomach, knowing full well what awaits her. When someone dies, and someone always does, you help wash the body, prepare the grave, comfort the widow, and cook for the mourners. Death is so common it has its own rhythm, and you know your part well. You've attended more funerals than births. And then there are feast days, which sound like celebrations to outsiders, but are, for you, simply another kind of labour. Preparing food for these holy days takes days of work. Slaughtering animals, salting meats, baking extra loaves of bread, brewing ale, gathering herbs for flavouring, cleaning the home so that no visiting relatives have cause to whisper about your laziness. You're allowed a few brief moments to sit during the feast, but even then, you're still working. Watching children, refilling cups, wiping spills, smiling when spoken to, laughing at jokes you've heard 100 times before. Every role you serve exists to ensure that no man's comfort is disturbed. You are invisible until you fail. When your daughters grow old enough, Their labour begins early. You teach them everything because you must. You teach them how to mend, how to cook, how to hide bruises, how to lower their gaze when the steward's men pass through the village. You do not tell them they are strong. You tell them they must be careful. Because strength invites attention, and attention invites danger. When your sons grow old enough, they leave your hands and enter the world of your husband, learning to plough, to plant, to repair tools, to barter, and eventually to serve in whatever militia or army the Lord demands when new wars arrive. You watch them march away toward wars they do not understand, praying they return, knowing many will not. And when they fall, you bury them. You mourn them silently because open grief is impractical when there are still mouths to feed. You become older without noticing. The days grind you down with such slow consistency that one morning you wake and realise your back no longer straightens fully. Your knees crack. Your fingers bend into twisted shapes from years of cold and repetition. Your hair thins, your teeth loosen. You were once the young wife learning from the older women. Now you are the older woman. The cycle repeats. And even as you slow, the labour continues. You watch your daughters rise before the sun, their backs bending where yours once did. You hand them the bread to knead, the cloth to mend, the infants to soothe. You offer them the same hollow reassurances your mother gave you, not because you believe them, but because offering nothing would be crueler. This is your labour, your legacy, your inheritance to them, an inheritance of work, an inheritance of silence. There is something cruel about how easily your labour is invisible to those around you. The more efficient you become, the less anyone notices. A meal that appears on the table is taken for granted. Clothes that fit the children are assumed. A clean home is simply expected. The smoother you make life for your husband, your children, your neighbours, the more your efforts evaporate into the background hum of existence. Only your failures draw attention. If a meal burns because you are tending to a sick child, your husband frowns. If a tunic rips because the fabric has worn too thin, your mother-in-law clicks her tongue. If a child coughs too long, neighbours exchange glances that carry sharp accusations you'll never hear spoken aloud, but always feel. Your labour never buys you praise, only temporary reprieve. The winter months are somehow both busier and deadlier. The field may be dormant, but the demands of survival intensify. Food preservation becomes desperate arithmetic. You measure your remaining salted meats, root vegetables and grains with an obsessiveness that borders on prayer. Every decision carries consequences. Do you eat slightly more today, risking hunger next month? Or do you stretch today's meal so thin it barely fills your children's bellies, hoping that tomorrow brings a better option? Firewood is precious and always insufficient. You ration heat like you ration food. On some nights, you sleep in your shawl, curled into your children, your husband's back turned to the cold air, leaking through cracks in the walls. You feel the ice forming on the edges of the clay pots near the door, and pray that the weather will turn before your children's fingers grow too numb to hold spoons. When the roof leaks, you patch it with thatch and prayers. When the wind howls, you brace the door with rough timber beams that creak under the strain. The very house you live in feels temporary, as though nature itself resents your presence and constantly tests your right to exist inside its borders. And always there is the hunger, the gnawing sensation that lives just beneath your rib cage like a permanent lodger. You learn to function with hunger, humming in the background, as constant as the heartbeat in your ears. You lie to your children, insisting you are full when you've eaten nothing but scraps from their wooden bowls. You chew slowly, pretending to savour food that barely qualifies as edible. Spring is no true relief. It brings its own kind of work. Planting, mending tools damaged by winter, repairing fences broken by snowdrifts, or scavenging animals. You work alongside your husband and children in the fields, bent over rows of freshly turned soil, your knees sinking into the wet earth as you plant seeds with careful spacing. Your labour is no less back-breaking than your husband's. The sun beats down with growing strength, turning the soil to cracked clay under your fingernails. Blisters form along your palms. Your back spasms from the repetitive bending. Your eyes sting from the sweat trickling down your temples. And yet, you continue, because if you don't, there will be no harvest. Your role extends far beyond your own plot of land. When the village needs repairs, the communal oven cracks, the well needs reinforcement, the church demands new linens. You and the other women gathers like a quiet workforce summoned by unspoken duty. No coin changes hands. Your payment is the continued approval of the village, the absence of judgment, the maintenance of fragile peace. During harvest, you work until your arms shake, pulling root vegetables from the ground while your children gather behind you, loading baskets to be carried back to storage. Every piece of grain is counted, every turnip inspected for rot. The air grows colder again as autumn arrives, signalling the beginning of the next desperate countdown to survive winter once more. You are by this point intimately familiar with every stage of the livestock's lives and deaths. You raise the animals, feed them, care for them, and when the time comes you kill them. You assist your husband in slaughtering pigs and chickens, your hands steady even as your stomach twists. Blood spatters your apron, your face, your hands. You wipe it away with the same indifference you used to clean your children's scraped knees. You learned long ago not to flinch. The meat must be preserved immediately. You help salt and hang it, turning carcasses into dried strips that will feed your family through the cold months. You work quickly, knowing that any delay risks spoilage that would ruin not just a meal, but weeks of survival. There is no margin for error here. Mistakes are lethal. Even butchery has a rhythm. The slicing, the hanging, the drying, the smoking, all are performed with mechanical precision, passed down from the women before you. You perform these tasks as you perform all others, competently, efficiently, and without complaint. No one praises your skill, they expect it, and through it all, your body deteriorates beneath the labour. Your joints stiffen, your back curves, your teeth loosen, your eyesight dims. You wake each morning feeling older than you are, your muscles refusing to cooperate until they're forced into motion. The calluses on your hands are so thick, they barely register pain anymore. Cuts heal slower, bruises linger longer, and yet the work demands your full participation. Even your sleep is not your own. Nights are interrupted by coughing children, by livestock breaking loose, by husbands returning late from taverns in sour moods. You sleep lightly, always alert to the smallest sounds. A creak might be a breaking roof beam. A crash might be a collapsed fence. A shout might mean danger. You never fully surrender to sleep, because surrender feels too much like death. Pregnancy haunts your sleep too. Each missed cycle fills you with a mixture of fear and dread. The knowledge that another child may be coming, another round of sickness, pain, blood, risk, looms like a storm cloud you can never outrun. You pray because you have nothing else. You don't pray for a child, you pray for survival. Even childbirth is labour of a different kind. The agony you endure is treated as routine. If you survive, your reward is immediate exhaustion, followed by more work. Nursing, cleaning, and caring for the newborn begins the moment they are placed in your arms, whether your body is ready or not. And when your daughters enter the same cycle, you prepare them as best you can. You teach them every task, every trick, every compromise you've learned. You do not sugarcoat, you do not pretend. You hand them their burden the way it was handed to you. Heavy, unfair, and without any other option. You hold their hands as they scream in their own childbirths, knowing exactly what pain they feel because you have lived it yourself, again and again. When you stand in church, you hear sermons praising labour, praising submission, praising suffering. The priest quotes scripture about a woman's duty, her God-given role to serve, to obey, to multiply. You listen, silently repeating the prayers, your mind drifting to the blister on your heel, to the ripening grain in the field, to the cough that hasn't left your youngest son for 3 nights. You hear stories of saints, women who bore their suffering with grace and humility, who submitted to husbands and fate without resistance, who were rewarded only in death. You wonder sometimes if death really is the reward they say it is, but you never say it aloud. And so, you continue to work. You knead the bread, you spin the thread, you patch the torn cloak, you salt the meat, you soothe the sick child, you sharpen the husband's dull axe. It would be merciful if your daily suffering were at least private. But this is medieval Europe, and mercy rarely visits here. Your labour, your body, your marriage, all of it exists under the grinding weight of social hierarchy, where your position isn't simply low, it's practically subterranean. From birth, you knew your place, and that place is beneath. Beneath your father, beneath your husband, beneath the priest, beneath the steward, beneath the Lord, beneath the entire teetering tower of men whose decisions shape your life without ever inviting your voice to the table. You weren't raised to question it. You were trained to accept it. The village itself is a web of unspoken rules that stretch across every interaction. Even your greetings are carefully calculated. You nod to your elders. You lower your eyes when men approach. You step aside on narrow paths so that others may pass. Every movement signals your acceptance of the hierarchy, like silent prayers constantly offered to keep peace. And always, looming above your family, sits the manor house. You rarely see the Lord himself. His visits are ceremonial, fleeting. A ride through the village on a finely groomed horse, a brief attendance at Mass, flanked by his retinue of stewards and knights. But you feel his presence like a heavy stone pressing on your chest. His whims shape your taxes. His stewards measure your harvest. His soldiers enforce his rules. His scribes record your debts. The manor's privileges extend far beyond simple wealth. His family eats bread made of fine white wheat, while you chew bitter barley. They wear silks, while you patch linen until it becomes unrecognisable. They burn wood and imported coal in great stone fireplaces, while you shiver beside a sputtering pile of damp twigs. They have access to real physicians, imported spices, educated priests, and legal protection. You have prayers, herbs, and luck. The difference isn't subtle. It's vast and mercilessly obvious. Even among your fellow villagers, status fractures you further. The blacksmith's wife might own more chickens. The miller's family might afford better cloth. The reeve's daughter might strut through the village, wearing a kerchief with coloured embroidery, an act of small luxury that signals their slightly elevated standing. You see these details without even meaning to. Your eye catches the fine stitching on someone's sleeve, the extra ring on a neighbour's hand, the slightly larger loaf in their basket. And when your husband falls behind on payments, as most do, the humiliation sharpens like a blade. The steward arrives to collect arrears, his tone condescending, his eyes scanning your home for anything of value. Sometimes he demands an extra chicken, sometimes a goat. Once it was the good wool cloak you had been carefully mending for years, taken straight from your husband's shoulders. Humiliation isn't just public, it's systematic. When a lord's hunting party rides through the fields, they may trample your crops under their horses' hooves. If your children gather fallen branches from the manor forest without permission, the steward might fine you or publicly flog your eldest son for stealing. You can do nothing but stand silently as your work is undone, as your labour is stolen, as your family is punished for simply trying to survive. And then there's the market, a twisted theatre of subtle humiliation. The weekly market offers you the illusion of agency, as though you're bartering freely, but beneath every transaction lies a quiet tension. Merchants know your desperation. They can smell it like sweat. If your harvest was poor, if your husband injured his leg, if your children wear their hunger in their hollow cheeks, they see it all. Prices shift accordingly. The merchants know you'll pay whatever they demand, because you have no choice. You stand there, haggling over a few extra onions, your stomach churning with both hunger and shame. You watch as a wealthier villager purchases salted fish or good cloth without even counting their coins, while you count and recount your few pitiful copper pieces, trying to decide whether you can afford both flour and lard this week, or whether something will have to be sacrificed. But even that market, even that pitiful display of survival, is better than the humiliation reserved for women without dowries. Women who are not married off, but simply float like unwanted ghosts on the edges of village life. The spinsters. The unmarried women are viewed with suspicion. A woman not claimed by a husband is unnatural in the eyes of both the church and the village. Whispers follow them like hungry dogs. Perhaps she's barren, perhaps cursed, perhaps a secret witch. You've seen these women forced into convents where they live under strict rules, enduring lives as joyless as yours, but with even less autonomy, forbidden from speaking freely or making choices of any kind. Some spinsters remain in the village as unpaid labourers, tolerated as long as they stay invisible, performing menial tasks for wealthier families in exchange for scraps of food and temporary shelter. They live at the mercy of others, their worth measured solely by their ability to serve. The church watches you constantly, not to protect you, but to correct you. The priest's sermons echo with warnings about pride, disobedience, and the dangers of women's tongues. You are reminded frequently of Eve's sin, how her weakness doomed mankind, and how every woman must now carry the burden of that failure by submitting, serving, and suffering with grace. Confession becomes another quiet ritual of humiliation. You kneel before the priest, listing your sins, most of which are simply extensions of your exhaustion. You confess to losing patience, to harbouring resentment, to thinking ill of your husband. The priest listened with a disinterest, assigning penance with the same practiced monotony as a steward counting grain sacks. You exit the confessional no lighter, knowing that nothing has changed and nothing will. Even childbirth, that brutal test you endure repeatedly, is another stage for public judgment. If your child dies, neighbours whisper that perhaps you were careless. If your baby is weak or sickly, they mutter about God's disfavour. If your womb remains empty too long, you become the subject of thinly veiled prayers for fruitfulness, often spoken loud enough for you to hear, a polite dagger slipped between your ribs. The hierarchy even infects your private grief. When your child dies, and they often do, your mourning is brief, controlled, and quietly judged. Excessive weeping invites criticism. Public displays of grief are seen as weakness, or worse, selfishness. The village expects you to return to work within days, as though the child never existed, as though your heart is not breaking beneath your patched linen dress. If you fail to return quickly, tongues wag. After all, there are still other mouths to feed. Life goes on. Your pain is inconvenient. You bury your child in a small grave beside the church, marked with a crude wooden cross if you're lucky, unmarked if space is scarce. There is no headstone, there are no flowers, there are only more chores waiting. And always, always, you are watched. Your worth measured not by what you feel or think, but by what you produce and how well you endure. Because in this world, humiliation isn't a consequence, it's the atmosphere. The hierarchy presses down on you from every angle, but perhaps nowhere more insidiously than within your own home. Because while the manor sits above you in wealth, while the church sits above you in morality, while the steward sits above you in law, it is your husband who sits above you in everything else. Marriage is its own little kingdom. And you, of course, are not the monarch. Your husband may be poor. He may break his back beside you in the fields. He may chew his barley bread with the same rotten teeth. But none of that changes the simple, absolute fact. Within these walls, he holds all authority. Over the property, over the children, over you. The law says so. The church says so. The entire village nods along. Your husband is not required to listen to you. He may on occasion grant you the courtesy of your opinion when it suits him, but he is under no obligation to consider it. He may spend your family's meagre savings on an ill-advised wager or a poorly negotiated trade, and you will still be expected to stretch what remains to feed the household. If he succeeds, he is praised for his skill. If he fails, the blame slips quietly toward you. Perhaps you distracted him. Perhaps your bad luck cursed him. Perhaps your failure to pray hard enough angered the saints. Disobedience is dangerous. You do not say no. You do not contradict him in public. If you question his decisions before others, you humiliate him. And in doing so, you invite retaliation that no one will intervene to prevent. The blows that might follow are seen not as abuse, but as the natural correction of a wife who forgot her place. The law protects him. The church excuses him. The village whispers but does not interfere. You have seen it happen to others. A wife who spoke too sharply in the market. A woman who dared challenge her husband's drinking. A neighbour who tried, just once, to refuse her husband's advances when her body was still broken from childbirth. The bruises lasted longer than the gossip. Even when men fail catastrophically, the burden is often still redirected onto their wives. If your husband falls behind on tax payments, it is you who must face the steward's condescension when they visit to collect. If your husband gambles away a portion of the harvest, it is you who must explain why the children are wearing patched shoes in the middle of winter. If your husband grows bitter and cruel under the weight of his own failures, you're expected to absorb that bitterness like dry earth soaking up rain, silently, endlessly. The humiliation extends beyond physical violence. It's woven into daily rituals. You stand while he sits. You serve him first at meals. You present him with the best portion of meat, what little there is. If there are not enough blankets, he sleeps warmer than you. If there is only one decent cloak, he wears it. When guests arrive, you disappear into the background, emerging only when summoned to refill cups or clear plates. Your labour keeps the household running, but your voice remains caged. Pregnancy provides no exemption. If anything, it intensifies the dynamic. Your body becomes a vessel, a function, evaluated not for your well-being, but for its ability to produce heirs. Each successful child earns a brief reprieve from criticism. Each miscarriage or stillbirth reopens the door to judgment. You know, with painful clarity, that if your womb consistently fails to provide healthy children, you may eventually be blamed for your husband's declining fortunes. Because, after all, a man's failure to secure an heir couldn't possibly be his fault. If you remain barren long enough, your husband may seek annulment, a formal declaration from the church that the marriage was invalid or cursed. Of course, this process isn't truly about spiritual concerns. It's about property, inheritance, and alliances. And once declared barren and cast aside, your prospects are grim. Remarriage is unlikely. Childless widows rarely find sympathy, and spinsters are eyed with thinly veiled contempt. Even in households free from cruelty or scandal, you are still reminded daily that your husband has legal ownership of everything you do. The produce of your labour, whether spinning, weaving, baking, or preserving, belongs not to you, but to him. You handle the cloth. He sells it at market. You raise the chickens. He negotiates their trade. You cure the meat. He tallies its worth. Your skill enriches the household, but the household is his domain. Beyond your home, the hierarchy continues to stretch and twist into every aspect of village life. When you walk to the market, you step aside for the priest's wife. You lower your voice when the steward's family passes by. You bow your head to visiting merchants who may one day marry your daughter or lend coin to your husband. Every interaction is layered with careful subservience. An improperly placed greeting, an accidental offence, or a stray word can ripple outward, bringing consequences far beyond a simple apology. You've seen it happen. You watched as the baker's wife lost her position in the market rotation after questioning the weight of a merchant scale. You heard how the carpenter's daughter was refused a respectable match after rumours spread about her sharp tongue. You know of the weaver's wife who dared accuse the steward of unfair taxes, and found herself quietly fined into ruin within months. And so, you speak softly. You smile politely. You bow carefully. Every action is an act of self-preservation. The hierarchy is reinforced at every feast, every wedding, every funeral. At weddings, you sit at the far end of the table while the Lord's family feasts at the head. At funerals, you kneel behind the men, your prayers offered from the shadows while the priest delivers sermons addressed primarily to the husbands, fathers and sons. Even during church services, where you are told all souls are equal before God, the division is physically mapped. The wealthier families sit closer to the altar. The men fill the front pews. The women file behind, heads covered, eyes downcast. You listen to homilies that remind you of Eve's curse, of your inherent weakness, of your duty to submit joyfully to your husband's guidance. The hierarchy reaches even into your attempts at joy. Music, dancing, storytelling, all of it exists within strict, invisible boundaries. The songs you sing are simple, often warnings in disguise. Tales of women ruined by vanity, of wives punished for disobedience, of girls who stepped too boldly beyond their assigned roles and paid dearly. They are not entertainment, they are lessons. Even your laughter is carefully monitored. Too loud, and you risk being called immodest. Too quiet, and you seem cold or sullen. Everything is calculated, every reaction graded. You become fluent in the language of small humiliations. The steward ignoring your greeting. The priest scolding you for sins you did not confess. The neighbours pitying your child's ragged shoes. The merchant shortchanging your trade. The blacksmith's wife offering unsolicited advice on how to manage your husband better. The whispered questions about why your latest child looks so sickly. You learn to swallow them whole, like bitter medicine, because arguing invites worse. Because in this hierarchy, there is no safe rebellion. There is only compliance or punishment. You are trained not only to survive within this hierarchy, but to internalize it, to absorb its logic so completely that questioning it feels unnatural, even dangerous. The humiliation becomes so constant, so familiar, that you begin to carry it not as an outrage, but a simple fact. It is not simply that you are lower, you are taught that you deserve to be lower. From the moment you were old enough to understand words, you heard the stories. Women are weak, and men are strong. Women are easily tempted, and men are their guides. Women are prone to hysteria, while men are rational. Your body, your mind, even your soul, all presented as defective, as inherently flawed compared to your male counterparts. And because of this, you are told your role is both necessary and inferior. The sermons are relentless. You sit in church listening to the priest recite over and over again that a virtuous wife is one who obeys, that your suffering is a kind of holy purification, burning away your sinfulness, that your body is a vessel for children, your will a mirror of your husband's, and your silence a demonstration of your humility. You nod, you murmur your prayers, you accept. Even if you dared to think otherwise, who would listen? The village is filled with enforcers of the hierarchy, not just the priests and stewards, but the women themselves. Older wives correct younger ones, passing down the unwritten rules with gentle threats wrapped in advice. Don't raise your voice. Be grateful for a husband who comes home at night. Better a stern man than no man at all. Pray harder, and God may soften his temper. Each sentence, another stitch reinforcing the garment of submission you wear daily. You police yourself, because if you do not, others will. You learn to monitor your own thoughts before they even form fully. When your husband speaks over you in public, you smile. When your neighbour boasts about her husband's generosity, subtly reminding you of your own husband's failings, you nod in admiration you do not feel. When the steward's wife makes a pointed comment about your daughter's thin frame, you thank her for her concern. You bite your tongue so often, it feels like your teeth have been sharpened on it. Even when you find small ways to resist, a sarcastic thought, a private eye roll, a whispered complaint to a trusted friend, you carry guilt afterward, as though rebellion itself might curse your household. The fear runs that deep. Sometimes you wonder, do the men even notice the hierarchy? Or has it become as invisible to them as the air they breathe? Your husband may think of himself as a struggling man, and by the Lord's standards, he is, but even he enjoys privileges you can barely imagine. He can speak freely to the steward, the priest, the merchants. He can voice opinions at village meetings. He can negotiate trades, make decisions, drink openly, and walk home in the dark without fear of being cornered by a stranger's hand. His failures are private, yours are public. When your husband's harvest falls short, it is unfortunate. When your loaf of bread burns, it is incompetence. When your husband grows angry, it is stress. When you grow angry, it is disrespect. When your husband drinks too much, it is sorrow. When you complain, it is bitterness. The hierarchy is not simply vertical. It wraps around you like a cage with invisible bars. It follows you from cradle to grave, adjusting itself for your age, but never truly releasing its grip. As a girl, you are a commodity, something to be traded, your value calculated in dowry and fertility. As a wife, you are property, your labour, your body, and your obedience absorbed into your husband's household. As a mother, you are machinery, constantly producing, nursing, teaching, disciplining, all while carrying the blame for any child's failure or flaw. As a widow, you become inconvenient, tolerated if quiet, pushed aside if bold, vulnerable to every relative's ambition. Even the children you raise serve as small mirrors reflecting your success or failure in the villagers' eyes. If your daughters grow too outspoken, people whisper about your poor influence. If your sons grow rebellious or idle, neighbours question your discipline. Their behaviour never reflects on your husband. It is your work being judged, your worth measured by their obedience. You quickly learn that in this world, your private pain means little, but your public image means everything. When the harvest festivals come, you work the hardest but shine the least. The feasts are loud, filled with music and drunken laughter. But while the men slap each other's backs and boast about their livestock or fields, you stand on the edges with the other women, balancing trays of food, nursing infants, and cleaning up spills before they stain borrowed table linens. You watch young girls being courted, though courted is a generous word. Their fathers whisper to potential suitors, measuring dowries, considering alliances. The girls stand quietly, wearing their best shawls, their heads bowed, their eyes darting nervously between mothers and strangers. You see yourself in them, as you once stood in your mother's careful grip, waiting to be traded. The feast ends as all gatherings do. The men drink too heavily, the arguments grow louder, the music distorts into uneven chants, and you collect the empty cups, scrub the platters, and soothe the children back into sleep as the adults stumble toward the cold silence of early morning. And when accusations of scandal emerge, and they always do, it is the women who suffer first. If a pregnancy occurs outside marriage, the girl is ruined. If a wife is suspected of adultery, true or not, her name is soiled forever. The men's sins are laughed off. The women's sins become permanent stains, passed from mother to daughter, whispered about for years. Because in this hierarchy, female virtue is not a personal trait. It is a public asset, measured and monitored like livestock. And if you slip, even once, there may be no redemption. The hierarchy is patient. It doesn't need your consent. It only needs your exhaustion. Even when you do everything right, When you obey the rules, keep your head bowed, submit in silence, and bear your labours without complaint, the hierarchy still reserves the right to turn against you at any moment. Because your position isn't secure. It is conditional. Always conditional. It depends on your husband's standing, on your family's fortunes, on the weather, on the whims of your lord, on the mood of your priest, on the rumour whispered at the well by someone who once envied your daughter's hair. Stability isn't earned, it's loaned. The entire system is built on fragile performances, endless exchanges of reputation and appearances. One mistake, even one you didn't commit, can set off a chain reaction that topples your family's position in the blink of an eye. You've seen it happen to others. The baker's wife, who accidentally overcharged the steward's cousin at market. Suddenly, her husband's access to flour shipments dries up. The miller's daughter accused of smiling too openly at a travelling merchant. Suddenly, no suitor will approach her father. The weaver's family who failed to pay the church tithe during a poor harvest. Suddenly, they're the quiet target of sermons about greed and disobedience. And then there are the accusations that carry darker consequences. The whispers of witchcraft. Everyone knows the signs. A woman who speaks too forcefully. A woman whose husband grows sick too often. A woman whose neighbour's child falls ill after an argument. A woman who owns too many herbs, whose remedies succeed where prayers fail. A woman who knows when to plant, when to harvest, when to cut and dry the right leaves. Not because she's unnatural, but because generations of desperate women before her passed on that knowledge like precious contraband. And yet, that knowledge, necessary, vital, becomes dangerous in the wrong mouth. It takes little more than a single accusation to turn survival into execution. A neighbour's jealousy, a husband's embarrassment, a priest's suspicions. They are enough to brand you as unnatural, as cursed, as something that threatens the fragile order of male authority. The witch trials may not yet rage with the full fury they one day will, but even now you know that certain rumours are best avoided at any cost. So you speak carefully about your herbs. You downplay your skill in mending wounds. You let others take credit for prayers answered by your poultices. You pretend not to know what you know, because too much competence can be fatal. Humiliation is embedded even in your moments of supposed protection. When you confess to the priest, you speak of thoughts and feelings you have no control over. The temptation to resent your husband's temper, the occasional flashes of frustration when your body aches beyond reason, the moments when you envied a neighbour's easier life. You confess them because you must, because not confessing is seen as pride, and pride is dangerous. The priest listens, nodding sagely, reminding you that your suffering is purification, that every pain is God's reminder of Eve's mistake, and through obedience you may redeem yourself in the afterlife. You accept your penance, leave the confessional, and return home to resume the labour that caused your exhaustion in the first place. The humiliations compound in your old age. You survive long enough, and you become a relic, not respected, not consulted, but tolerated. Your work continues, but your influence shrinks. Decisions move around you rather than through you. Your sons now deal with the steward. Your daughters-in-law manage the kitchen. The church barely registers you beyond assigning simple prayers and charity tasks. Your body withers faster than your will, but both shrink under the weight of years lived without rest. And still, you work. You rock the grandchildren. You mend clothes too small for your swollen fingers. You stir pots too heavy for your bent back. You offer advice only when asked, knowing unsolicited words are rarely welcome from women too old to bear children or attract husbands. You've lived long enough to become invisible. The younger wives pity you while silently fearing they may become you. The older men ignore you, having already taken everything they ever wanted from women like you long ago. The priest now addresses his sermons to the next generation, reminding your daughters of the same duties you once had drilled into you. When death finally arrives, as it inevitably will, it comes without much ceremony. A brief prayer, a wooden box, a shallow grave, a few coins handed to the priest to ensure your soul's safe passage. Though you wonder whether he even bothers to speak your name with full attention, your children carry on. Your daughters repeat the same patterns. Your granddaughters are groomed for the same markets. The hierarchy remains perfectly intact, unchanged, unshaken. Your life, or all its labour, its suffering, its obedience, its quiet humiliations, fade into the collective silence of women who lived and served and disappeared. The men continue to speak of lineage, of inheritance, of trade agreements and property, as though none of it was built upon your work, your sacrifice, your back. Even your memory belongs to them, because that's the most brutal truth of all. In medieval society, a woman's worth is consumed while she's alive, and forgotten when she's gone. You live inside a world where control doesn't always arrive as a sword or a fist. More often, it comes as a sermon, as a whispered prayer, as a rule so old no one remembers who first wrote it. The most dangerous thing about medieval control is that it disguises itself as virtue. It doesn't scream. It whispers, "This is how it has always been," and everyone nods. You are born into a system of belief so deeply woven into the fabric of your existence that to question it feels like questioning reality itself. The church, the lords, the village, they don't merely dictate your actions. They shape your thoughts long before you have words for them. You don't think about why women are lesser. You accept that they are. Everyone does. It's written into the walls, the air, the food you eat. Religion is everywhere, not as comfort, but as structure. You are taught from the start that your body is a source of temptation, not because you chose it to be, but because Eve chose the apple. One decision made at the dawn of time, one woman's failure, and now every woman carries that stain like inherited blood. The priests repeat this endlessly, not as fire and brimstone rage, but as gentle correction, as patient instruction. You suffer because she sinned, and so you do suffer, and you believe you deserve it. Mass is not optional. The church bell rings and you attend, shuffling into the dark stone building, head bowed, shoulders hunched, the weight of your life wrapped in your shawl. You stand or kneel depending on the priest's signal. You recite prayers in Latin you don't fully understand. You whisper responses drilled into your mouth since childhood. The rhythm of these services becomes the rhythm of your years. The priest stands elevated, both physically and spiritually, as though closer to God himself. His robes are heavy and fine. His voice carries, measured, calm, never rushed. He speaks of salvation, of obedience, of divine order, words soaked in careful warnings. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. The husband is the head of the wife. A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. You know these phrases by heart. They are the heartbeat beneath every breath you take. And if you forget, the priest is always ready to remind you. Confession is a regular ritual of control. You enter the booth not to release your guilt, but to be reminded of your failures. You confess to impatience, to ungratefulness, to brief flashes of anger toward your husband. You confess thoughts you barely allowed yourself to think. The priest listens, rarely with shock. Your sins are ordinary, the sins of women, easily categorized, easily corrected. He assigns penance, prayers, fasts, more submission. You thank him, you leave, and nothing changes. The saints you pray to are not saviours. They are fellow sufferers, models of obedience. Saint Anne, mother of Mary, Saint Monica, patient mother of Augustine. Saint Margaret, protector of women in childbirth. All of them held up as examples of female virtue, endurance, silence, faithfulness. You do not pray for change. You pray for strength to endure. Control extends into your home through the rituals of daily life. You say grace before every meal, regardless of how meagre. You observe feast days and fast days, rearranging your already limited food around the shifting calendar of sacred obligations. On certain days, even your meagre scraps of meat are forbidden. You serve salted fish or pottage thin enough to see through, while the priest eats better behind thick stone walls. The calendar of saint days and holy observances controls your labour as much as your husband's commands. Work halts on high feast days, but not to give you rest, only to shift your labour toward the preparation of the liturgy, the baking of special breads, the sewing of church linens, the polishing of brass candle holders, the scrubbing of the priest's chambers if your family is tasked with it. Belief controls how you raise your children. You teach your daughters early. Obedience, modesty, quietness. You train them to speak softly, to avoid eye contact with boys, to cover their hair, to suppress curiosity. You teach them to lower their gaze when walking through the village, to accept correction with grace. Not because you enjoy stifling them, but because you are protecting them from the punishments that follow women who step too far beyond their place. You teach your sons too, but differently. You encourage their strength, their assertiveness, their readiness to lead. You caution them against pride, but you praise their confidence. The Church teaches that men are closer to God, that their authority is divinely sanctioned. You are simply reinforcing what everyone already believes. Culture controls you by limiting your knowledge. You are likely illiterate, as most women are, unless you were raised in a noble house or sent to a convent, both rare paths reserved for the few. The sacred texts are locked away behind Latin words, accessible only to priests. The laws are written by men, interpreted by men, enforced by men. You are taught only what is necessary for survival, how to sew, cook, birth, serve, and so you live in a world where every source of wisdom, every rule, every avenue of power belongs to someone else. The songs you sing while spinning wool are cautionary tales, ballads of women who strayed and paid for it. The stories passed down around the fire reinforce the same messages. Women who disobeyed their husbands were ruined, abandoned, or cursed. Women who endured, no matter how cruel their husbands, no matter how unjust their fate, were praised for their piety and remembered with admiration. Even leisure is designed to reinforce control. The village plays at festivals are moral lessons acted out with crude humour. The foolish wife who nags her husband and suffers. The clever but wicked woman who is tricked or punished. The virtuous maiden who submits and is rewarded. You laugh when the crowd laughs, not because it's funny, but because not laughing would make you stand out. and standing out is dangerous. Superstition runs alongside faith like an untamed shadow. You follow both, never quite knowing where one ends and the other begins. You wear charms stitched into clothing to protect your newborns from spirits. You whisper prayers against the evil eye when misfortune strikes too close. You plant herbs beneath your threshold to ward off sickness, but always with the quiet disclaimer that God's will rules above all. You believe because you must. Control arrives even in your smallest interactions. A neighbour visits and casually asks how much flour you've stored for winter. You answer vaguely, aware that too much might draw envy, too little might invite pity. Every exchange is a careful performance, a constant dance around what can and cannot be safely said. Culture ensures you don't need chains to be trapped. You're bound by invisible threads, by expectation, by tradition, by fear of what happens to women who step outside the narrow corridor they are allowed to walk. You have no language for rebellion, because rebellion itself feels like a sin planted in your own chest. And when you see the women who fail to navigate these threads, the women who speak too sharply, who refuse arranged marriages, who seek independence, you do not pity them. You fear them, because you know what comes next. The priest's disapproving sermon, the neighbour's cold glances, the sudden distance others put between themselves and the accused, lest guilt be shared like a contagious plague. They disappear slowly at first, isolated, avoided, whispered about, and sometimes they disappear entirely, and no one dares ask where they went, because the system is brilliant in its cruelty. It rarely needs to punish directly. Fear is punishment enough. The power of belief is that eventually you mistake it for truth. You stop asking why things are the way they are. You stop imagining that they could ever be any different. The world becomes not something designed, but something simply given, as natural as rivers and seasons and death itself, and just as impossible to change. The church makes sure of this. The sermons aren't loud threats. They are gentle lullabies of control, wrapped in the language of love and salvation. You hear the priest's voice echo through the cold stone nave, his words slow and careful. The Lord disciplines those he loves. Wives, be subject to your husbands. Your suffering is the path to grace. Better to suffer here and find glory in heaven than to sin with pride and fall into eternal fire. You don't argue with these words. You can't. They arrive draped in God's authority, delivered by men who stand above you in robes you could never afford, speaking Latin you'll never learn. Even if the words sting, you accept them, because everyone else accepts them, and because you've seen what happens to women who don't. The culture of control doesn't simply police your actions, it shapes your very sense of self. You come to believe that your sacrifices make you virtuous, that your silence makes you holy, that your labour, your pain, your obedience are good, that they are your path to salvation. And you cling to that belief because it's the only reward you're offered. In rare moments of exhaustion, when your mind dares to wander, you imagine something different. A life without the endless labour, without the constant pregnancies, without the fear of your husband's temper, or the steward's fines, or the priest's sermons. But these are dangerous thoughts, and you push them away before they can fully bloom. You scold yourself for pride. Even your daydreams are a sin. The only sanctioned ambition you're allowed is to become an example of perfect womanhood. The quiet wife, the patient mother, the devout penitent, the humble servant. These are your highest possible achievements. To be anything more would be to rebel against the natural order. The culture ensures that even other women reinforce your chains. Older wives pass down the rules with a strange mixture of pity and pride. Don't speak too much. Don't draw attention. Don't complain. Many wives have it worse. Pray for strength, not for change. These warnings come not from cruelty, but from experience. They are women who have survived the system you now endure, and survival often feels like the greatest victory available. Your entire world becomes a closed loop of reinforcement. The church teaches you obedience. Your husband demands it. Your neighbours expect it. Your daughters learn it. Your sons inherit it. And so the system renews itself without anyone ever needing to enforce it openly. The control extends even to your body. Every part of you is owned and managed. Your hair is covered as a symbol of modesty. Your clothing is dictated by your husband's station and wealth. Your fertility is governed by your husband's desire and God's will, neither of which consult you. When you give birth, the midwife guides you, but the priest names the child and records it into the Lord's census. When you marry, your father arranges the match, your husband accepts, the priest sanctifies, and your opinion is never requested. When you die, your body is lowered into earth, chosen by the church, your name etched, or not depending on what your family can afford. Your life is observed, managed, owned. Even death doesn't grant you full autonomy. You're buried as a wife, or a mother, or a widow, but never as yourself. Your identity remains attached to the men you served. Wife of, mother of, daughter of. Culture makes you complicit in your own suppression. You pass the same rules to your daughters, not because you wish them to suffer, but because you wish them to survive. You prepare them for arranged marriages. You teach them to sew, to cook, to obey. You remind them not to speak too sharply, not to walk alone, not to meet the eyes of men. You do this out of love, and yet in doing it, you extend the very cage you hate, because you know that defiance doesn't lead to freedom. It leads to ruin. You've seen what happens when a girl resists her match. The father's shame becomes the family's shame. The match is cancelled, the dowry returned, or demanded back in full. The girl's name becomes currency in village gossip. Difficult, unmarriable, a curse on her house. And if the scandal grows large enough, if whispers of disobedience ripple outward too far, it can stain not only her future but that of her siblings. A rebellious daughter might prevent her sister's match, or her brother's inheritance. She might bankrupt the household if the broken marriage contract triggers penalties. One girl's voice can collapse a family's fragile standing, and so you teach your daughters to stay silent. You plead with them to accept, to obey, to endure, not because you don't love them, but because you do. Because you want them to survive in a world where survival is the only prize offered. The village itself operates like a collective eye. Nothing goes unnoticed. The smallest deviation from norm becomes an event. A wife who walks unaccompanied, a daughter seen speaking to an unmarried boy, a woman who visits the wood alone too often, a widow who seems too comfortable managing her household without a man. Each act, small by modern standards, ripples like a stone dropped into still water. Whispers begin, then escalate. Sometimes they fade, sometimes they don't. Because control is not always violent. It's much more efficient when it's cultural. You enforce your own compliance because you know the cost of slipping. You remind your neighbours of the rules because if they fall, they might drag you down with them. You participate in the gossip, not out of cruelty but out of survival. Policing others protect you. The church calls this righteousness. The men call it order. The village calls it tradition. You call it life, because you don't know any other word for it. And even if you did, you wouldn't dare say it aloud. Culture surrounds you, not like a garment you can remove, but like skin you were born wearing. It grows with you. It breathes with you. It cannot be escaped, only carried. Every moment, every gesture, every word is weighed against a scale that was placed in your hand long before you were old enough to understand its weight. The great lie of your world is that you are protected. Protected by your father. Protected by your husband. Protected by the church. Protected by the laws written by men who've never lived one day in your body. But protection is only another word for control. Protection means that someone always stands between you and your choices. Protection means that every decision that affects your life belongs to someone else. Even as a child, you feel it in ways too subtle to name. You sit quietly while your father discusses your future with other men, as though you're an asset, a possession, a question of trade and value. You watch your brothers run freely, their voices loud in the fields, while you are trained in quiet tasks, your voice lowered to a respectful hush. You learn early that questions are unwelcome, that opinions are dangerous, that curiosity is best swallowed before it grows teeth. When you enter marriage, you trade one form of protection for another. Your father releases you into your husband's care, as though handing over a prized cow or parcel of land. The ceremony feels festive to those around you, but beneath the music and laughter is a silent contract. You are no longer your father's responsibility. Now you belong to your husband. His roof, his rules, his rights. You enter his home like a servant carrying invisible chains. The church tells you this is holy. It speaks of marriage as a sacrament, a sacred bond, a union blessed by God himself. The priest stands before you, holding the holy book, his voice smooth with practiced certainty. He tells you that obedience to your husband is obedience to God, that serving him is your path to salvation, that suffering is not misfortune, but virtue. You hear the words. You nod as you've been taught to nod. You do not speak. Your silence is the only acceptable vow. Every ritual reinforces your place. Baptisms, weddings, funerals, feast days, confessions. You attend each one not as a participant, but as an object being processed. You kneel when told. You stand when told. You speak when prompted. Your worth in each ceremony is defined by your role as someone's daughter, someone's wife, someone's mother, never simply as yourself. Even your body is not your own. Your fertility is not a gift, but an obligation. Each month you count the days, praying and dreading in equal measure. Pregnancy comes as often as seasons change. Sometimes your womb feels like a well that never empties, always filling again before your body has even recovered. You endure the sickness, the swelling, the tearing, the bleeding. You endure the births that go well and the ones that don't. You endure the deaths that come afterward, the infants who never draw breath, the children who fade in your arms while you sing lullabies that feel more like mourning songs. And through it all, you're expected to smile softly, to thank God for the children you do have, to accept the rest as part of his plan. When you confess sins that are often not yours. You confess to impatience when your exhaustion bursts through your careful composure. You confess to envy when you catch yourself looking longingly at a neighbour's slightly fuller basket, or her husband's a slightly kinder smile. You confess to pride when you think, even for a moment, that you deserve more than what you have, and the priest nods, assigning your penance as easily as a merchant weighing grain. Your faith is monitored as closely as your behaviour. If you are seen missing Mass too often, rumours stir. If you do not tithe what is expected, the priest may inquire. If you speak too freely about misfortune, someone may suggest that God is testing you, or worse, punishing you. Every misstep in your life can be traced back to your own failings, and if it cannot, the failings of your mother or your grandmother will suffice. The weight of generations rests on your shoulders, and you are held accountable not only for your sins, but for the sins of those whose names are already fading from memory. Even your most private hopes betray you. You may, in rare moments, allow yourself small, silent dreams. You may wish for a gentler husband, for a daughter's marriage to bring some comfort, for a year free of sickness. But you catch yourself. You remind yourself that to want too much is dangerous. Ambition is not a virtue for women like you. Contentment is the safer path, even when it tastes bitter. When your daughters reach marriageable age, you become both victim and enforcer of the very system that once devoured you. You sit beside them as matches are arranged, your heart tightening as you recognize the same look of quiet fear that once filled your own eyes. You offer comfort, but never false promises. You do not tell them it will be well. You tell them it is what it is. You teach them how to bow their heads, how to endure, how to survive without drawing notice. The village watches every move. Eyes follow your daughters when they walk to market. Conversations pause when they linger too long near unmarried men. Even innocent smiles are dissected in whispers, and you intervene quietly, redirecting them with gentle touches, soft scoldings, silent reminders that safety lies in invisibility. You do not scold them out of malice. You do it because you know the cost of being noticed. When scandal touches a household, it spreads like a sickness. You have seen it unfold. A young wife whose husband accuses her of coldness. A widow whose independence draws uncomfortable attention. A girl whose pregnancy arrives too early. The villagers whisper in careful tones, always loud enough to be heard, but soft enough to deny malice. The priest preaches sermons that speak in generalities, but leave no doubt about whom they are aimed, and the family sinks under the weight of collective judgment, as though morality itself is a physical burden laid upon their doorstep. You watch these stories unfold and feel both pity and relief. Pity, because you know it could have been you. Relief, because this time it was not. You learn to distance yourself without cruelty, to observe with caution. You know that too much sympathy can tether your name to their disgrace. And in this village, proximity to sin is nearly as dangerous as sin itself. The festivals, the markets, the church, all offer the illusion of community, but underneath they function as public stages where reputations are polished or ruined. The smiles exchanged are often brittle, hiding quiet rivalries. The offers of help come laced with silent debts. The laughter shared over bread and ale carries a tension that never fully dissolves. Every interaction is performance. Every word is currency. And through it all, the belief remains that this is right, that this is natural, that this is what God intends. You remind yourself of it daily, not because you are convinced, but because not believing is too terrifying to consider. Because in this world, even your thoughts can betray you. You move through your days wrapped in invisible chains forged by faith, tradition, and whispered commands that trace every step you take. The culture around you is not static. It is a living force that breathes into your very bones, shaping your body and soul without a single visible link to bind you. From the moment you wake to the dull grey light filtering through the cracks in the wall, you live within a framework that defines what is right, what is permissible, what is sinful. Your thoughts are never truly your own, because you have been taught to measure each one against a divine standard set by men whose voices thunder from pulpits and whose laws govern your body and your fate. Even your emotions are policed. When grief threatens to overwhelm you, over a child lost, a harvest failed, a husband grown cruel, you must bury that sorrow beneath layers of prayer and forced smiles. The church teaches that sorrow is a test, that joy is fleeting, that only in heaven will suffering end. You nod and repeat these words, though sometimes you wonder if your soul has already surrendered beneath the weight of so much pain. You learn to pray not just with words, but with your entire being, a quiet offering of your will to a power that seems both distant and ever-present. You light candles in the small chapel at the village edge, trusting that the flickering flame might carry your pleas upward. You clutch rosary beads worn smooth by countless fingers, feeling the cold beads slip through your calloused hands as you whisper the names of saints and angels you've never seen, but who watch over you nonetheless. The culture of belief offers no escape. There is no rebellion that does not come with the threat of eternal damnation, no questioning that does not risk ostracism, no desire that is not tempered by fear. To dream of freedom is to flirt with sin. To imagine equality is to challenge God's order. To seek power is to invite punishment. You see the consequences around you every day. The woman who dared to challenge her husband in court, who was labelled a witch and disappeared one cold night. The girl who spoke too freely and was sent away to a convent where her voice was silenced forever. The widow who refused to remarry and was shunned until she died alone and forgotten. Their stories are warnings whispered behind closed doors, lessons passed from mother to daughter in hushed tones. Survival means submission. Strength means silence. Freedom means death. And yet, beneath the surface of this grim reality, you carry flickers of hope, however faint. You find them in the warmth of a child's laugh, in the brief kindness of a neighbour, in the stolen moments by the hearth where you dare to imagine a different life. You hide these hopes carefully because hope is dangerous. Hope is a spark that could ignite rebellion or despair or madness. Sometimes, late at night, you stare into the darkness and wonder what lies beyond the village boundaries. Beyond the control of lord, church and husband, you imagine a world where your voice matters, where your body is your own, where your labour is recognised not as obligation but as choice. You imagine daughters who speak freely, who love without fear, who walk without shame. But morning always comes, and with it, the relentless demands of your life. The fire must be tended, the bread must be baked, the children must be fed and clothed and prepared to inherit the same burdens. The prayers must be said, the confessions must be made, the humility must be practiced. You carry on because this is what it means to live as a woman in the medieval world. A world where culture, control, and belief intertwine to shape not only your fate, but the very essence of who you are. If everything up until now felt cruel, unfair, or suffocating, you haven't yet touched the horror of it. Because horror in your world isn't sudden. It's slow. It unfolds like a long winter, creeping inch by inch across your life, until you're buried beneath it. Horror arrives not as one monstrous event, but as countless small injustices stacked so high you can't see over them anymore. It lives in your body first. Your flesh becomes both battlefield and prison. The endless pregnancies, the ripping and tearing, the raw wounds that never quite heal. Each labour feels more dangerous than the last. The midwife wipes sweat from your brow with hands that tremble from years of watching women die beneath them. You feel your insides shift, sometimes permanently. Some women survive childbirth only to bleed slowly for weeks afterwards, too weak to rise from the straw mattress as life drains from them drip by drip. The smell of blood, sweat, and rot becomes familiar. Not shocking, not even frightening after a time. It simply is. You know the sound of a woman's breathing as it falters. You've heard it before. The shallow gasps, the gurgling as the lungs fill with fluid, the silence that follows. You've seen the blank stares of husbands pacing outside while their wives scream inside. You've seen mothers clutch cold infants to their breasts in futile attempts to warm bodies that no longer hold breath. And yet no one calls it tragedy. It's simply childbirth. It's simply life. The horror doesn't stop there. Disease slithers through your village in cycles, never fully gone, always returning in new forms. A cough in the night that turns into fever by morning. The darkened fingers of a neighbour's child, blackened as blood vessels die beneath the skin. The swollen buboes that mark the plague's arrival. Small mountains rising beneath armpits and groins, pulsing with infection until they burst or until the body shuts down entirely. Entire families vanish within days, their homes left empty, their belongings scavenged by desperate survivors. You try to clean, to burn herbs, to pray, to rub vinegar-soaked cloths beneath your children's noses. But you know, deep down, that nothing truly protects you. You are no safer than the birds falling from the trees during a storm. Nature is merciless. Disease is blind. When famine arrives, it wears a different mask, but brings the same end. You stretch thin harvests further than human bodies are meant to endure. You boil broth so weak it tastes like hot water. You chew dry roots that leave your mouth full of splinters. Your children's stomachs swell from starvation even as their ribs poke through fragile skin. You bargain with neighbours, trade belongings you cannot afford to lose, and watch your savings vanish like smoke. The weaker members die first. Infants, the elderly, the already sick. You dig shallow graves through frozen earth, sometimes stacking bodies when the ground refuses to yield. The priest prays over them. You wonder if God listens. Then comes the violence. Raiding bands sometimes descend without warning. Soldiers passing through on their lord's orders. Mercenaries unpaid and hungry. Criminals emboldened by lawlessness. They take food, livestock, valuables, sometimes even daughters. If you are lucky, they leave your home standing. If you're unlucky, you watch your husband beaten while your child is dragged screaming into the woods. You pray, but no one answers. The men who are meant to protect you, the Lord's soldiers, often become your predators. You've seen women taken by force while their families stood powerless. You've seen girls vanish without explanation, only to hear whispers days later that their bodies were found along the forest edge, discarded like refuse. There is no justice. There is no recourse. The men ride off laughing, never punished. The village moves on because it must. Witch hunts linger at the edges of your mind, sometimes rare, sometimes frequent, depending on the mood of your time and place. But always possible, always waiting. A bad harvest, a failed pregnancy, a sudden illness. These become opportunities for accusation. A neighbour who envies your good fortune may whisper that your herbs are unnatural. A midwife who delivers too many stillborns becomes suspect. A widow who survives too long without remarrying invites suspicion. You've watched women stripped, beaten, tortured until confessions spill from cracked lips. Confessions of consorting with the devil, of flying at night, of poisoning livestock, of cursing babies. You know they're innocent, everyone does, but once accused, innocence means nothing. The crowd demands guilt. The priest demands repentance. The Lord demands spectacle. Sometimes they are burned, sometimes drowned, sometimes hanged, always destroyed. You survive by keeping your head low, your voice soft, your talents hidden. You pretend not to know the herbs that stop bleeding. You pretend not to know how to predict the weather by reading the wind. You pretend not to notice the injustice swirling around you. You pretend because pretending is safer than truth. There is horror even in the absurd rituals of survival. You've watched neighbours drink water that gleams with oil from decomposing corpses upstream because it's the only water left. You've seen parents carve their dead children's shoes into strips to boil for soup. You've helped carry bodies to mass graves while maggots swarmed open mouths before the priest even finished his prayers. You've sat through sermons where priests praise the suffering as God's test while their own tables groan with food paid for by your tithes. The absurdity infects the legal system as well. The laws written by lords and priests protect their own interests first. If your husband beats you, you're expected to pray harder. If your lord's soldiers destroy your farm, you're expected to pay fines for lost tax revenue. If your children starve, you're reminded to give thanks for the breath they still have, until they don't. Punishments for minor crimes are vicious, public, and final. You've seen men lose hands for stealing bread. You've seen women paraded through the village with shaved heads and painted faces for suspected adultery. You've seen entire families cast from their homes because one member dared speak against the Lord. Every absurdity carries its own cruelty. The rich feast while you starve. The pious condemn while you confess. The powerful sin while you are punished. And yet you endure. Because in your world, horror is not the exception. Horror is the rule. And absurdity is simply how the rule is enforced. The true horror of your world isn't that death comes for you. It's that it comes so slowly, so patiently, that by the time it arrives, you've already been living inside it for years. The absurdity is that you still wake every morning and carry on. You still rise when the cock crows. You still rebuild the fires and stir the pottage and mend the torn sleeves. You keep doing it not because you believe things will improve, but because there's no other option. The system survives precisely because you survive. The very act of living is an offering to a structure that consumes you whole and calls it virtue. The absurdity lives in your prayers. You pray for rain when there's drought, and you pray for clear skies when the rains drown your fields. You pray for a son when your husband demands one, and you pray for your daughter's safety when she draws the attention of a suitor with cruel eyes. You pray for your husband's temper to soften, though you know it won't. You pray for your own body to heal after childbirth, though you know your womb is one birth closer to tearing open like a seam too often stitched and undone. And when your prayers go unanswered, you are told it is your faith being tested, always tested. You look at the priest and his heavy robes, his wine, his clean hands. You wonder if God tests him too, but you never say it, not even in the privacy of your own mind. You watch as your neighbours turn on each other when things go wrong. A cow dies in one barn, and the owner glances across the road at the midwife who failed to save his wife in childbirth. A child sickens, and the family looks toward the widow who lives too quietly at the edge of the village. When misfortune strikes, someone must be blamed, but never the system itself, never the lords who tax you beyond starvation, never the soldiers who trample your fields, never the priest whose sermons grow fatter with every season. No, always each other. The village polices itself with such perfection that hardly anyone questions why things are the way they are. You participate too, because to remain silent while others accuse is to risk being seen as sympathetic. And sympathy is dangerous. Sympathy gets mistaken for alliance. Alliance gets mistaken for guilt. When you gather at the market, you keep your voice even, your words measured. You talk about the weather, the crops, the prices of eggs, but never about the bruises on the blacksmith's wife, or the steward's wandering eyes, or the daughter who hasn't been seen in days. Those topics are too heavy, too dangerous. Better to nod, to smile, to move along. You pretend not to notice when the Reeves' son glances too long at the young girls fetching water. You pretend not to see when the Lord's soldiers stop by the widow's cottage after dark. You pretend not to hear the sharp cries carried by the wind from the forest's edge. You pretend because it keeps you alive. The absurdity extends into your very understanding of health. You trust the midwife and her herbs, but always with caution. If her remedies work too well, tongues wag. If they fail, accusations stir. The fine line between healer and witch tightens with every case of sickness that fails to resolve, every baby that fails to breathe, every wound that refuses to close. You know which herbs to use to bring on a late menstruation, but you do not speak of them. The knowledge passes quietly from woman to woman, always behind closed doors, always whispered, always as a last resort. If found out, it could cost you more than your reputation. It could cost your life. You understand that childbirth itself is a kind of sanctioned torture. The pain is unspeakable, the risk immense. You watch other women die screaming, their hands crushed by the midwife's grip, their eyes wide and unblinking at the end. The church calls it Eve's curse. You call it survival, if you're lucky. Even when the baby is born, safety isn't guaranteed. The air itself carries danger. A simple cough could turn to lung rot. A slight fever could burn the child alive from the inside out. A cut could rot the flesh before your eyes. And always the flies, the rats, the lice, tiny harbingers of disease crawling through your home, uninvited and unstoppable. When winter strikes, it sharpens the absurdity into something almost comical. You ration bread so thin that it's more air than substance. You boil soup from bones already boiled 3 times over. You burn animal dung when the wood runs out. You sew patches onto patches onto patches. Your children's clothes more mended whole than fabric. You sleep in piles like animals, sharing breath to survive the night's bitter cold. And yet the Lord's manor glows warmly on the hill, his windows lit, his tables heavy with meats and breads and wines imported from lands you'll never see. His hunts continue even as your family chews mouldy barley. His priests bless him as God's chosen, while your children gnaw at their knuckles for lack of food. You are told that this is the natural order. You are told that those above you were chosen by divine right, and that to question their wealth is to question God himself. You wonder sometimes how God can watch children starve while the priest's belly grows round, but you keep that thought buried deep beneath the other dangerous thoughts you dare not fully shape. Even justice itself turns absurd. If your husband steals a loaf of bread, he may lose his hand. If a lord soldier murders a villager's daughter, the priest reminds everyone to forgive. The weight of the law presses downward only. You have seen men whipped for speaking out of turn, women paraded half-naked for rumours of adultery, entire families stripped of land for a single missed tax payment, and when there are no more crimes to punish, they invent new ones. You are forbidden from wearing certain fabrics, from eating certain foods, from speaking certain words. Each restriction justified by Holy Scripture, each one designed to keep you firmly beneath those who profit from your labour and obedience. Even laughter becomes dangerous, too much, and it's called immodest, too little, and it's called bitterness. Your very face must navigate a map of unspoken rules at every gathering. You learn to smile carefully, to lower your eyes, to nod at the right times. You learn to shrink yourself into invisibility, because visibility invites judgment, and judgment invites punishment. In time, you barely notice that your life is absurd. The absurdity becomes so ordinary that it feels normal. You live in a world where suffering is holy, where starvation is natural, where injustice is divine. You have seen so much, endured so much, that it becomes easier to believe the lie than to face the truth. Because the truth, that your world is a carefully engineered system of cruelty, is too large, too heavy, too impossible to fight. So you carry on. You feed the children. You patch the clothing. You haul the water. You boil the bones. You bury the dead. You avoid the soldiers. You swallow your rage. You quiet your hope. You count the days. You kneel and pray and repeat the words that keep you safe. And still the horror grows, slow as rot in damp wood, until one day you will vanish into the ground as countless women before you have. Your name forgotten, your labour unrecorded, your suffering absorbed back into the dirt beneath the Lord's fields. And the world will continue as though you were never here, because in your world, horror is not an interruption. It is the shape of life itself. The greatest cruelty of your world is how thoroughly it convinces you that none of this is cruel at all. It is called normal. It is called the way things are. And because you have no map of another world, you accept it. Not because you believe it's fair, but because you've never been shown that it could be anything else. The horror deepens as you watch it pass to the next generation. You watch your daughters preparing for marriages they did not choose. You see them practice the same careful smiles, the same lowered eyes, the same quiet resignation you once perfected. You hear them whisper their own private hopes at night, that their husband might be kind, that childbirth won't kill them, that their bodies will give them sons and spare them the shame of barrenness. You do not interrupt. You do not discourage them. You nod and murmur your prayers alongside them, because you know that hope is necessary even when it is doomed. You train them in survival. You teach them how to knead bread with numb fingers in winter, how to clean clothes with lye that splits the skin open, how to barter carefully at market without inviting suspicion, how to care for infants while tending to livestock, how to endure a husband's temper without allowing it to escalate. You pass down not just skills, but caution. The small calculations that keep a woman alive. You do not speak openly of the darkest lessons, but they are there. The lessons every mother teaches her daughter without words. How to avoid being alone with certain men. How to sense when a conversation carries a hidden threat. How to recognize danger behind polite smiles. How to endure in silence when the danger cannot be avoided. And your daughters learn, because they must. They watch as women who fail are consumed by the machinery of judgment that runs so smoothly no one hears its gears turn. They see the girl whose laughter draws too much attention, the wife whose husband spreads whispers that she is disobedient, the widow who speaks too confidently at market. They see how quickly the village pulls back from such women, isolating them like sickness. The punishment arrives long before any accusation is made. When disaster strikes, as it always does, the absurd rituals of coping unfold with grim predictability. A flood washes away the autumn grain. The villagers gather at church and pray for forgiveness. The priest warns that God punishes sin with misfortune, though he never says whose sin. You bow your head lower, knowing that any glance could be misinterpreted as guilt. The Lord raises the tax anyway to cover his own lost revenue. The steward arrives to collect, flanked by armed men, while your husband barters desperately with livestock you cannot afford to lose. When plague arrives again, it steals not only lives, but trust. You grow suspicious of your neighbour's coughs. You hear whispers that a witch walks among you, that someone has cursed the village. Fingers point in half-truths and shadowed corners. You know that once a name is spoken, there is no defence. You say nothing, offer no opinions, and pray that your own name never leaves anyone's lips. The absurdity of survival becomes a performance. The masks you wear are not for show. They are armour. You smile at the woman you know gossips about your family. You compliment the Lord Steward even as his demands drive you deeper into hunger. You thank the priest for sermons that slice into your already bleeding back. You attend feast days and sing songs about the glory of your lords while chewing dry bread with hollow teeth. Even celebration holds its own horrors. At festivals, you watch drunken men stumble through the village, their voices booming with crude jokes and slurred hymns. Some women stay near their husbands for protection. Others vanish quietly into corners, hoping to be forgotten until the drink wears off. You hear rumours after every celebration. Which girl was grabbed behind the barn? Which man took liberties? Which family paid quietly to avoid scandal? But the village moves on. Scandal is temporary, silence is permanent. The absurdity reaches its peak when men speak of your world with pride. They call it God's order. They call it stability. They say everyone knows their place. They see a woman kneeling before her husband as a model of harmony. They see a starving family delivering their tithe as proof of faith. They see a widow praying alone at the edge of the churchyard as proof of piety. They see girls married at 13 as proof of virtue. They see women dying in childbirth as proof of nature's wisdom. And because they say it, it becomes true. The absurdity is not simply endured, it is celebrated. You learn to call suffering strength. You learn to call silence wisdom. You learn to call submission grace. You learn to call obedience love. You learn to call survival blessing. And in the rare moments when the mask slips, When a neighbour confesses her despair, when you dare admit your own exhaustion, you both quickly cover your words with nervous laughter and whispered apologies to God. You both know it is dangerous to name the truth too clearly, because the truth is unbearable. The horror is knowing that you are trapped not by chains or cages, but by something much more effective, belief itself. You believe because you must, because belief is the only way to keep moving, to keep breathing, to keep serving. When you look at your daughters, you see both hope and dread. You want them to live, but you know what living will cost them. You have already paid the price yourself, and one day, as they train their own daughters in the same rituals, the horror will continue. The absurdity will march on, uninterrupted, unquestioned, unbroken. Because in this world, the greatest absurdity of all is that the system needs no guards, no whips, no gallows to survive. It only needs women like you. Willing, exhausted, silent, alive. The longer you live inside it, the more horror becomes ordinary. It ceases to shock. It becomes part of your breath, part of the rhythm of existence. You no longer gasp when the village well turns foul with rot. You no longer scream when rats chew through the grain sacks you spent weeks preserving. You no longer weep when the old woman in the neighbouring hut dies in her sleep, and her sons bury her before sunrise, quietly, because there is work to do. The horror becomes background noise, always there, humming beneath every moment like a second heartbeat. Even love, the one thing you might imagine untouched by this world's cruelty, it is infected by its absurdity. You care for your husband, perhaps, or perhaps you don't, but either way, his ownership of your body is absolute. If he desires you, you cannot refuse. The law gives him rights over you that no prayer can revoke. You learn to endure his weight, to silence your discomfort, to convince yourself that this is duty, not violation. And when his desire fades or turns sour, you remain responsible for his mood. If he grows cold, it is your failing. If he grows violent, it is your disobedience. If he seeks comfort elsewhere, it is your deficiency. The burden shifts always downward, always toward you. Your body is both the site of horror and the instrument of your survival. You carry pregnancies that feel more like punishments than blessings. You nurse infants while your own strength fades. You bury children with hands that still ache from labour. Your womb becomes both altar and execution ground, delivering life while inching you closer to death with every birth. And yet, each successful child earns you brief reprieve. Villagers praise your fertility. The priest offers prayers for your growing household. The midwife nods, silently relieved you survived another labour. But beneath their approval lies a silent understanding. The more children you bear, the closer you crawl to the edge of your own grave. You have seen women who did not stop bearing children until their bodies finally tore open under the strain. Their names fade quickly. Their replacements are chosen swiftly, and life continues. Always. The horror is that no one sees any of this as horror. The men in the Lord's court debate taxes and war as though the lives beneath their rule are numbers on a tally sheet. The priest delivers sermons about humility while his table grows heavier each feast day. The steward collects grain from starving families and congratulates himself on managing the village efficiently. They believe they rule justly. They believe their world is ordered, holy, and natural. And perhaps the greatest absurdity is that you almost believe it too. You tell yourself that the Lord suffer burdens of their own, that the priest carries the village's sins on his shoulders, that the soldiers are only following orders, that your suffering serves some higher purpose you cannot see, that heaven will balance the scales after death. Because if these lies were not true, then the weight of your life would crush you where you stand. In winter, the absurdity grows louder. The cold strips away even the thin illusions of dignity. You huddle with your children beneath threadbare blankets, sharing body heat like frightened animals in a burrow. You ration food so cruelly that hunger sharpens your senses until even your own children's chewing feels too loud, too greedy. The woodpile shrinks too quickly. The wind howls through cracks you cannot seal. Your skin cracks and bleeds from cold water hauled from a well that threatens to freeze solid before spring. The chamber pot ices over before morning. The bread mould grows faster than the dough rises. The baby coughs through the night, his ribs rattling beneath your palm as you pray for breath to stay inside him just a little longer. And in the manor house beyond the trees, the Lord's children ride ponies through the snow, laughing. His hearths burn through forests of timber that once grew on lands your family used to graze. His wife wraps herself in furs imported from distant places you'll never see. His priest offers private masses in warm chambers filled with tapestries embroidered by foreign hands. You watch these distant glimpses of wealth and think, this too is normal. You barely question why God would grant so much to so few. You remind yourself that questioning invites punishment. Even curiosity feels dangerous. You bow your head lower when the steward passes. You nod humbly when the priest speaks of charity. You smile tightly when wealthier wives comment on your thin cloak. You thank God for the few embers still burning in your hearth as the wind screeches outside like a dying beast. The absurdity reaches into your soul. It rewrites your definition of mercy. Mercy is when your husband's anger fades quickly after his outburst. Mercy is when the fever passes before the baby's breath gives out. Mercy is when the tax collector leaves with only half your chickens. Mercy is when the Lord's hunting party chooses not to trample your fields. Mercy is when the rumours of witchcraft pass your house without stopping. You lower your standards for mercy because hope becomes too heavy to carry. And still, beneath all of it, you continue. You rise. You work. You teach your daughters how to survive it too. You whisper the same instructions your mother once whispered to you. You pass down not wisdom, but strategies for enduring. When your daughters ask why things are this way, you do not answer directly. You tell them to pray. You tell them to be grateful. You tell them to keep their voices soft and their heads low. Because you know the real answer offers them nothing but despair. And so they learn the same lessons. How to nod and smile while shrinking inside. How to carry suffering like a second skin. How to mistake survival for grace. How to call horror by sweeter names. This is your inheritance to them. The same inheritance your mother gave you. The same inheritance your granddaughters will someday pass forward. Because the most terrifying horror in your world is not that these things happen. It is that they have always happened, and always will. You endure for so long that you forget what it means not to endure. You forget that rest is anything other than the brief collapse of your body before dawn. You forget that happiness is supposed to be something larger than a momentary sigh of relief when your child wakes up coughing but breathing. You forget that love is supposed to be more than silence, duty, and the careful management of a man's temper. You forget so completely that you begin to call this forgetting peace. But there are moments, dangerous moments, when the weight of it all breaks through. when the carefully constructed walls inside you fracture, when the numbness you have worn like armour slips, and something colder pours in. Not despair, not yet, but something close. It happens late at night sometimes, when the house is finally still. The fire burns low, barely more than red embers in the dark. Your husband's breath comes heavy beside you. The children curl together like puppies in the corner. And in that rare silence, your thoughts swell in your skull. Too loud, too heavy to push away. You hear yourself breathing and realise how tired you are. Not the kind of tired that sleep can cure. The kind of tired that lives inside your bones, that whispers to you at every step, that tugs behind your eyes even when they're open. The kind of tired that feels like your very soul is eroding, grain by grain. You think about how many years have passed since you were the young girl standing beside your father while men bargained for your dowry. You think of the girl who once stared at the dirt floor of a stranger's house on her wedding night, too frightened to speak. You think of the girl who bled through her first childbirth while women whispered prayers you barely heard. That girl feels like someone you once knew, long ago, before the weight settled fully on your back. You barely recognise her now. The collapse is not sudden, it's slow, like the way the seasons change, like the way winter arrives. First as a chill in the air, then as frost on the ground, then as ice in your chest. You carry loss like a ledger written on your skin. The children who did not survive their first fever, the neighbours who vanished in a plague year, the friends whose names no one speaks anymore because new families moved into their homes. Each absence is folded carefully into your memory, stored like dry herbs on a shelf, only brought down when the ache grows too heavy to contain. And through it all, the world keeps turning. The men gather in the Lord's Hall, arguing over rents and grazing rights. The priest delivers his sermons, polished and practiced, speaking of eternity, while your days remain cruelly finite. The steward records every chicken, every sack of grain, every name into ledgers that matter more to him than your entire existence. You watch them all and wonder if they ever feel what you feel. If they have ever stared into the middle distance while hauling water and felt the ground tilt beneath them. If they have ever sat by the fire and wondered how long they can keep doing this before something inside finally breaks beyond repair. You doubt it, because men do not carry this weight. They carry other burdens, yes, but not this one. Not the constant pressure to be small, to be silent, to hold everyone else's world together, while your own collapses in secret. You look at your daughters, and the sorrow sharpens. They are still young, still soft, still unaware of how far the road stretches ahead of them. They do not yet know how thin the line is between survival and ruin. They do not yet understand how carefully they will have to balance their smiles, their words, their very bodies in order to avoid the worst of what the world offers women. You want to protect them, but you know you cannot. The system will come for them as it came for you, as it came for your mother, as it will come for every daughter who follows. And you feel, for just a moment, the terrible scream rise inside you. The wild, silent scream that lives beneath your ribs and has no voice. You want to rage at the world that built this prison. You want to tear it down with your bare, cracked hands. You want to run until your lungs burst and your legs give out, and your mind finally empties of its endless calculations and fears. But you don't. You can't. So you swallow the scream. You press it down into the same place where you have buried so many others. The place inside you that holds the faces of your dead children. the place that holds the bruises you never showed, the place that holds the words you never spoke, the place that holds all the small deaths you've lived while your body still draws breath. You swallow it because you must, because the fire needs tending, the bread needs baking, the children need feeding, the husband will wake soon, the steward will visit next week, the priest will expect you at Mass, the fields will need planting, the taxes will come due, because there is no room for collapse in a world where you're not allowed to stop. Even your grief must work, even your sorrow must serve. You whisper your prayers into the dark, but they are not prayers for salvation. You no longer believe that salvation is for women like you. You pray only for endurance, for the strength to carry the weight for one more day, for the mercy of numbness to return. Because numbness, at least, allows you to function. And that is all your world demands of you. That you function, that you endure, that you survive without breaking, or at least without anyone noticing when you do. There are moments when the collapse feels so close, you can almost hear it breathing next to you. Not like a storm, loud and wild, but like a quiet rot spreading beneath the beams of your house. You go through your motions as always. The baking, the spinning, the nursing, the kneeling. But beneath it all, something fragile within you thins like a worn thread pulled tight. The terror is not in breaking. The terror is in knowing that no one will notice if you do. You could stop speaking. You could stop eating. You could stop waking at dawn. And the world would carry on without pause. The bread would still need baking, even if someone else's hands needed it. The children would still grow or starve. The fields would still be tilled. The steward would still arrive. The priest would still preach. The system does not depend on you. It depends only on someone like you. Your place in this world is interchangeable. Your face could vanish, and another woman would rise to fill the space you leave behind. A new wife, a new mother, a new servant. The machine requires bodies, not names. You know this because you've watched it happen. You've seen women buried quietly before winter's first frost, their graves marked with nothing but a wooden cross that fades into the ground before the next spring thaw. Their husbands remarry by harvest. Their children forget the sound of their voice before the next sibling is born. Their names survive only in church records written by men who never knew them. You think about your own name sometimes. You mouth it silently while washing laundry or stirring pottage. You wonder who will speak it when you are gone. You wonder if anyone will. Even your husband will carry on. He will marry again if he must. The priest will bless the new union and speak of duty and providence. The villagers will nod and say, "It is good that the children have a mother again." No one will call it betrayal. They will call it survival. You look at your daughters and know they too will be replaced one day. They too will kneel in strange homes, serve strange husbands, endure their own bruises, bury their own children. You want to prepare them. You want to tell them everything, how the system will chew them up, how their bodies will betray them, how their smiles will be weapons used against them. But you don't. You can't. Because even truth has no power here. Because even if you name the full cruelty of it, they would still have to walk into it. There is no other path, no escape, only endurance. And perhaps, if they're fortunate, numbness. The numbness is what allows you to keep your hand steady while your soul trembles. You teach them instead how to keep their heads low, how to avoid the eyes of men when they linger too long, how to answer questions without revealing too much, how to offer smiles that close conversations instead of opening them. You teach them how to dress modestly, how to knead the dough just right, how to bury their questions beneath the daily rhythm of work. You know that even these lessons may not save them, but you give them what you can. You sometimes, alone at the well, you catch yourself whispering to God, not in the way the priest teaches, but in the way only desperate women do. Your prayers have shifted over the years. You no longer pray for happiness. You no longer pray for safety. You pray for strength to carry on one more day. You pray for your daughter's survival. You pray that the next child survives the winter. You pray that you can keep swallowing your grief without choking on it. You understand now why the old women grow so quiet in their final years. Their words shrink because there is nothing left to say. What would they speak of? The same suffering repeated in the lives of their daughters, their granddaughters, their neighbours. The same failures of harvests, of husbands, of childbirth. The same punishments, the same judgments, the same sermons. They have seen that words change nothing. So they sit in silence, their bodies shrinking into themselves, becoming smaller and smaller, until death finally completes what life had already begun. You watch them and wonder what you will look like in those final years. You wonder whether your daughters will sit at your feet, whether you will even have the strength to speak when they ask how to bear it. The collapse is not one moment. It is thousands of small moments layered upon one another, pressing down until your breath shortens. The time you buried a child before anyone had seen its face. The time you begged the steward for leniency while he counted your chickens with bored eyes. The time you heard the priest's words about obedience and wanted to scream but smiled instead. The time you watched your daughter wince under a suitor's grip and had no power to stop it. The time you saw the widow disappear after whispers of witchcraft spread too far. The time you stitched your own blood into the seams of a dress, too tired to stop the needle from biting your hand. The time you stared at the full moon and envied the wolf's freedom to howl. All of it compounding inside you. Slowly, inescapably. You wonder if the men feel it. You watch them argue at the market, boast at feasts, drink at taverns, deliver sermons. You see their confidence, their ease inside this world. You see how they assume the system favours them, because it does. You see how little they question the design of a world that was built for them, not on them. You envy their certainty, but mostly you envy their ignorance. They do not carry the silent weight you carry. They do not count every breath, every word, every glance like a woman must. They do not monitor their own existence with the precision of prey navigating a world of hunters. Your collapse lives quietly because there is no room for it to live openly. You cannot afford to fall apart. You cannot afford to stop. You cannot afford to be seen breaking, because in this world, even your collapse must be private. Even your sorrow must remain useful. Even your brokenness must continue working. The most bitter truth of your world is this. Even as you quietly collapse inside, no one is coming to save you. Not your husband, who carries his own burdens but never truly sees yours. Not the priest, who speaks of heaven while stepping over your suffering with practiced indifference. Not your neighbours, who are too busy watching their own footing to notice when you stumble. And certainly not your Lord, who neither knows your name nor cares if your family vanishes from his ledger. No rescue will arrive. There are no heroes here. Your collapse is not dramatic. It has no witnesses. It plays out slowly behind your eyes while your hands continue their work. You're breaking apart while mending clothes, while stirring soup, while nursing your child, while carrying the water up the hill. You are collapsing while kneeling at Mass, while smiling at the steward's wife, while cutting herbs for the next fever that will steal another child before spring. You are collapsing while living, because in this world, living and collapsing are the same thing. There is no great rebellion, no grand defiance, no secret escape. You're not a heroine in a story that ends with triumph. Your victories are so small they barely register outside your own head. A winter survived, a child healed, a husband's anger diffused before it swelled into violence, a market negotiation where you received an extra onion, a night where the baby sleeps through without coughing. These are your triumphs. Tiny victories carved from a mountain of silent defeat. And yet, even as you endure, part of you knows how thin the ice beneath you really is. You see the other women who fall through, the ones who speak too sharply, the ones who cry too openly, the ones who grow sick and cannot recover, the ones who bury too many children and lose their grip entirely, the ones who stop smiling and are soon whispered about. You know that the village does not forgive a woman who can no longer carry her own weight. They will pity you for a moment. Then they will move on. They will adjust. They will assign your tasks to others. They will lower their voices when speaking of your name. Your absence will be absorbed, like a stone disappearing beneath a rising tide. You exist inside a machine that does not require your well-being, only your function. You have seen the final stage of collapse up close, the old widow who no longer speaks, who stares blankly into the distance while her fingers tremble at the spinning wheel. The woman who mutters to herself while wandering between cottages, once sharp and vibrant, now lost in the fog of too many buried children, too many beatings, too many winters survived. The girl who drowned herself in the river after her betrothal was broken, and no new match could be found. And you wonder quietly, is this where you're headed? Is that what waits for you at the end? To live so long that the world forgets you while you are still breathing? To sit by the hearth, eyes glazed, while others avoid meeting your gaze? To become another cautionary tale whispered to young girls? Look at what happens when a woman cannot bear her burdens. You fear it more than death itself, because death would at least be an ending, a full stop, a closing of the story you've been trapped inside for so many years. But living too long? Living until you are emptied out, until you are no longer woman, wife, or mother, but simply there. That is the horror no one speaks of. And yet, you continue, because you must. The absurdity of your endurance is that you become skilled at managing your own slow collapse. You learn which emotions can be safely felt, and which must be crushed before they bloom. You know when to allow yourself a tear while kneading bread, just one, before the sob gets too large to hide. You know how to force a smile even when your chest feels hollow. You know how to pace your grief, like rationing firewood through a long winter. If you wept fully, you might never stop. If you screamed, you might never catch your breath again. So you do not scream. You do not collapse publicly. You become a quiet master of survival, steady even as your soul thins like worn cloth beneath heavy fingers. And yet, beneath everything, something inside you still remembers. Something small, buried so deep you only feel it faintly. A quiet flicker of the person you once were, long before the weight settled, before the pregnancies, before the funerals, before the years folded over you like layers of heavy wool. She lives somewhere beneath your ribs. Not hope exactly, but a memory of hope. A girl who once imagined more. You do not feed her. You dare not. She cannot help you now, but neither can you fully erase her. She remains like an ember hidden in ash, glowing faintly, dangerously, uselessly. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of night, you feel her stirring. You wonder what she would have become had she been born into a different world. A world where she could speak freely. A world where she could marry for love, or not marry at all. A world where childbirth did not feel like a coin toss between life and death. A world where survival was not a victory, but a simple fact. But such a world does not exist for you. It never has. It likely never will. And so you bury the thought again. You press it deep beneath the rest. You fold your hands. You lower your head. You rise at dawn. Because collapse is not allowed. Because breaking is not an option. Because no one will carry your burden if you drop it. The world expects you to carry it all, forever. The most haunting thing is how skillfully you learn to disappear. Long before death claims you, you have already vanished. Not from the world. You still walk the village paths, still draw water from the well, still knead the coarse bread, still sit at the edge of feast days like a ghost with hands always moving. But inside yourself, you have grown smaller, quieter, dimmer. You have made yourself invisible where it matters most, because visibility brings risk, and risk brings ruin. You speak only when needed. You offer opinions only when asked. You adjust your smile to fit every conversation like a piece of ill-fitting clothing you've worn for years. You tell yourself that this shrinking is wisdom, that it is safety, that it is faith. But beneath all of those names, you know what it really is. It is surrender. The surrender that comes after too many years of holding your breath, after too many births, too many deaths, too many sermons, too many bruises hidden beneath your sleeves, after too many nights staring at the low flicker of the hearth, daring yourself not to cry, because tears solve nothing, and weakness is a luxury you cannot afford. You feel yourself hardening even as you hollow out. The world has not broken you all at once. It has worn you down like stone beneath dripping water. The carving has been so slow, so deliberate, that you no longer remember what your uncarved shape once was. You are what remains after the years have taken their due, and still the world demands more. You care for your grandchildren now, repeating the same lessons you once gave your daughters. You watch them toddle across the dirt floor, their laughter briefly piercing the heavy air like sunlight through a storm cloud. For a moment, you allow yourself to smile, but even joy has been reshaped in you. It arrives with caution, with an edge of fear. You know how fragile they are. You know how easily they can be taken. You have buried enough children to understand that nothing given is safe. The emotional collapse never fully arrives as one moment of breaking. That would be merciful. Instead, it arrives as emptiness that expands inside you, a quiet erasure of feeling, thought, and memory. You still function. You still work. But you are no longer fully there. You are a vessel now, a tool, a shadow that moves, speaks, tends, serves. And yet, cruelly, the world calls you strong. The priest nods at you during Mass, praising your endurance. The steward's wife compliments your quiet dignity. Younger women glance at you with a strange mixture of pity and admiration, whispering that you are an example. A woman who has borne life's burdens with grace. They do not know what you have buried. They do not know how many times you have stood on the edge of collapse, breath shallow, heart pounding, hands gripping the edge of the table just to remain upright. They do not know how many nights you have stared into nothing, your mind floating somewhere outside your body, too empty even for tears. They only see that you are still here, and for them that is proof enough of your virtue. This is how your world rewards its women, by calling survival holiness, by calling silence wisdom, by calling absence of resistance grace. The greatest cruelty is that you believe it too, because to believe otherwise would mean confronting a truth too large for any single woman to carry, that you have been trapped your entire life inside a system designed to use you, break you, and erase you, all while convincing you that this erasure is something noble. You know, in the deepest part of you, that your daughters will not escape it, nor your granddaughters, nor their daughters after them. The same cycle will grind on, its teeth sharpened by centuries of repetition. The same sermons will be preached, the same marriages arranged, the same deaths wept over, the same sins confessed, and yet you keep breathing. That, in itself, is its own quiet act of defiance. You keep walking. You keep rising at dawn. You keep whispering the prayers that have long since stopped holding meaning for you. You keep teaching your daughters how to survive. You keep holding babies whose lives may be snatched from them before their first winter ends. You keep your face composed when the steward arrives. You keep moving, though part of you has already long since stopped living. Because that is the only choice this world allows you. Not happiness, not freedom, not peace, only breath. And breath in this world is its own strange victory, because you are still here. Because after everything, after all the deaths and betrayals and quiet losses that no one counts but you remain. You endure the grief. You absorb the absurdity. You carry the horror. And one day, when your body finally gives out, when your heart fails, or your womb tears, or the fever climbs too high, you will close your eyes not with peace, but with release. Release from the endless weight you have carried so long that you forgot you were ever free of it. And then your name will fade. Your face will blur. Your place in the world will close like a wound healing over. And life will continue as though you were never here. Because in your world, even the collapse of a woman's soul makes no sound. The candle flickers, the embers cool, the village sleeps. Somewhere beyond the fields, the steward's men ride quietly beneath the moon, their duties done, their ledgers full. The manor windows glow faint with the last of the Lord's feast. The church bells are silent now, their echoes long since faded into the woods beyond. The priests sleep behind heavy doors, their robes folded neatly, their sermons written and waiting for another morning. And in the small huts scattered like forgotten stones across the land, women lie in the dark, eyes open, listening to the breath of their children, to the creak of their roofs, to the wind curling beneath the door, to the weight of everything they carry, even now, even still. Their hands rest on threadbare blankets, their backs ache from years of bending, their thoughts drift through rooms no one else will enter. They do not speak, they do not cry. There is no room for tears here, only breath, only breath. The village exhales into the night. The world turns. Tomorrow waits, and with it the same fields, the same husbands, the same sermons, the same labour, the same silence. The weight will settle again. The bread will be kneaded again. The children will be bathed again. The steward will return again, The priest will preach again, and again, and again, and again. But for now, the night is still. The world holds its breath. And you, beneath the weight of it all, fade into that quiet place. As you always do. As you always have. As you always will.